ExxonMobil is working to deliver reliable and affordable energy and products, while helping to advance climate solutions that improve quality of life and meet society's evolving needs. We're focused on growing shareholder value safely and in support of a lower emissions future. Creating value through our technology, scale, integration, functional excellence, and people. New energy resource discoveries and innovative solutions built on fundamental science and scalable technologies, and a plan to play a leading role in the energy transition. ExxonMobil has the competitive advantages to play a leading role in a lower emissions future. That is why at ExxonMobil, we're creating solutions that improve quality of life and meet society's evolving needs.
Whoever said don't question things? What if we questioned everything? What if you were able to move at the speed of trust? And what if we could reframe the future together? If your bold vision could be transformed into a sustainable reality? Or if you could envision solutions before problems arise? What if the experience of change unlocked the extraordinary? Or if you could measure the things that matter most? What if today's leaders could realize tomorrow's opportunities? And if the path ahead is uncertain, do you stand still or leap forward? What if your ambition could take you places others only dream of? Realize your transformation with connected strategy, transactions, and technology. Reframe your future with EY Cyprus.
What is return on investment? It's the benefit to the investor resulting from an investment. It's how much you get for how much you give. So, how much do you get when you invest in Cyprus? You get a high-potential, dynamically growing economy. You get a modern and attractive tax and legal system. You get high-quality professional services, highly qualified and multilingual personnel. You get location, location, location. But you also get a lot more. A kind of return on your investment that's harder to find in other destinations you might be considering. You get a safe place to relocate yourself, your employees, your business. The crime rate in Cyprus is one of the lowest in the world. A sunny place. Cyprus's Mediterranean climate means you can enjoy almost 300 days of sunshine per year. A diverse place. You can enjoy the beauty of the beach and the serenity of the mountains with just a 30-minute drive. Cultured place. You can enjoy 12,000 years of history through museums, archaeological sites, and religious sites. You can enjoy classical and modern art performances, sports of all sorts, an active lifestyle, and so much more. There is never a dull moment, unless, of course, You simply want to tone it down and relax, which you can also do in a variety of resorts, nature excursions or small picturesque villages. You get a country that's great for kids and families. There are more than 90 high-level international schools, a plethora of parks, playgrounds and year-round family events. Perhaps you thought you couldn't have the best of both worlds. In Cyprus, you can. A country that's exceptional for business and ideal for living. A country where your real return on investment lies not only in numbers, but also in the quality of life that you, your family, and business associates will enjoy. Your investment will yield long-term business returns and unique personal rewards. It's time to redefine your return on investment. It's time to invest in Cyprus.
ExxonMobil is working to deliver reliable and affordable energy and products, while helping to advance climate solutions that improve quality of life and meet society's evolving needs. We're focused on growing shareholder value safely and in support of a lower emissions future. Creating value through our technology, scale, integration, functional excellence, and people. New energy resource discoveries and innovative solutions built on fundamental science and scalable technologies, and a plan to play a leading role in the energy transition. ExxonMobil has the competitive advantages to play a leading role in a lower emissions future. That is why at ExxonMobil, we're creating solutions that improve quality of life and meet society's evolving needs.
Whoever said don't question things? What if we questioned everything? What if you were able to move at the speed of trust? And what if we could reframe the future together? If your bold vision could be transformed into a sustainable reality? Or if you could envision solutions before problems arise? What if the experience of change unlocked the extraordinary? Or if you could measure the things that matter most? What if today's leaders could realize tomorrow's opportunities? And if the path ahead is uncertain, do you stand still or leap forward? What if your ambition could take you places others only dream of? Realize your transformation with connected strategy, transactions, and technology. Reframe your future with EY Cyprus.
What is return on investment? It's the benefit to the investor resulting from an investment. It's how much you get for how much you give. So, how much do you get when you invest in Cyprus? You get a high-potential, dynamically growing economy. You get a modern and attractive tax and legal system. You get high-quality professional services, highly qualified and multilingual personnel. You get location, location, location. But you also get a lot more. A kind of return on your investment that's harder to find in other destinations you might be considering. You get a safe place to relocate yourself, your employees, your business. The crime rate in Cyprus is one of the lowest in the world. A sunny place. Cyprus's Mediterranean climate means you can enjoy almost 300 days of sunshine per year. A diverse place. You can enjoy the beauty of the beach and the serenity of the mountains with just a 30-minute drive. A cultured place. You can enjoy 12,000 years of history through museums, archaeological sites, and religious sites. You can enjoy classical and modern art performances, sports of all sorts, an active lifestyle, and so much more. There is never a dull moment, unless, of course, you simply want to tone it down and relax, which you can also do in a variety of resorts, nature excursions, or small picturesque villages. You get a country that's great for kids and families. There are more than 90 high-level international schools, a plethora of parks, playgrounds, and year-round family events. Perhaps you thought you couldn't have the best of both worlds. In Cyprus, you can. A country that's exceptional for business and ideal for living. A country where your real return on investment lies not only in numbers, but also in the quality of life that you, your family, and business associates will enjoy. Your investment will yield long-term business returns and unique personal rewards. It's time to redefine your return on investment. It's time to invest in Cyprus.
ExxonMobil is working to deliver reliable and affordable energy and products. while helping to advance climate solutions that improve quality of life and meet society's evolving needs. We're focused on growing shareholder value safely and in support of a lower emissions future. Creating value through our technology, scale, integration, functional excellence, and people. New energy resource discoveries and innovative solutions built on fundamental science and scalable technologies, and a plan to play a leading role in the energy transition. ExxonMobil has the competitive advantages to play a leading role in a lower emissions future. That is why at ExxonMobil, we're creating solutions that improve quality of life and meet society's evolving needs.
Whoever said don't question things? What if we questioned everything? What if you were able to move at the speed of trust? And what if we could reframe the future together? If your bold vision could be transformed into a sustainable reality? Or if you could envision solutions before problems arise? What if the experience of change unlocked the extraordinary? Or if you could measure the things that matter most? What if today's leaders could realize tomorrow's opportunities? And if the path ahead is uncertain, do you stand still or leap forward? What if your ambition could take you places others only dream of? Realize your transformation with connected strategy, transactions, and technology. Reframe your future with EY Cyprus.
What is return on investment? It's the benefit to the investor resulting from an investment. It's how much you get for how much you give. So, how much do you get when you invest in Cyprus? You get a high-potential, dynamically growing economy. You get a modern and attractive tax and legal system. You get high-quality professional services, highly qualified and multilingual personnel. You get location, location, location. But you also get a lot more. A kind of return on your investment that's harder to find in other destinations you might be considering. You get a safe place to relocate yourself, your employees, your business. The crime rate in Cyprus is one of the lowest in the world. A sunny place. Cyprus's Mediterranean climate means you can enjoy almost 300 days of sunshine per year. A diverse place. You can enjoy the beauty of the beach and the serenity of the mountains with just a 30-minute drive. Cultured place. You can enjoy 12,000 years of history through museums, archaeological sites, and religious sites. You can enjoy classical and modern art performances, sports of all sorts, an active lifestyle, and so much more. There is never a dull moment, unless, of course, you simply want to tone it down and relax, which you can also do in a variety of resorts, nature excursions, or small picturesque villages. You get a country that's great for kids and families. There are more than 90 high-level international schools, a plethora of parks, playgrounds, and year-round family events. Perhaps you thought you couldn't have the best of both worlds. In Cyprus, you can. A country that's exceptional for business and ideal for living. A country where your real return on investment lies not only in numbers, but also in the quality of life that you, your family, and business associates will enjoy. Your investment will yield long-term business returns and unique personal rewards. It's time to redefine your return on investment. It's time to invest in Cyprus.
ExxonMobil is working to deliver reliable and affordable energy and products, while helping to advance climate solutions that improve quality of life and meet society's evolving needs. We're focused on growing shareholder value safely and in support of a lower emissions future. Creating value through our technology, scale, integration, functional excellence, and people. New energy resource discoveries and innovative solutions built on fundamental science and scalable technologies, and a plan to play a leading role in the energy transition. ExxonMobil has the competitive advantages to play a leading role in a lower emissions future. That is why at ExxonMobil, we're creating solutions that improve quality of life and meet society's evolving needs.
Whoever said don't question things? What if we questioned everything? What if you were able to move at the speed of trust? And what if we could reframe the future together? If your bold vision could be transformed into a sustainable reality? Or if you could envision solutions before problems arise? What if the experience of change unlocked the extraordinary? Or if you could measure the things that matter most? What if today's leaders could realize tomorrow's opportunities? And if the path ahead is uncertain, do you stand still or leap forward? What if your ambition could take you places others only dream of? Realize your transformation with connected strategy, transactions, and technology. Reframe your future with EY Cyprus.
What is return on investment? It's the benefit to the investor resulting from an investment. It's how much you get for how much you give. So, how much do you get when you invest in Cyprus? You get a high-potential, dynamically growing economy. You get a modern and attractive tax and legal system. You get high-quality professional services, highly qualified and multilingual personnel. You get location, location, location. But you also get a lot more. A kind of return on your investment that's harder to find in other destinations you might be considering. You get a safe place to relocate yourself, your employees, your business. The crime rate in Cyprus is one of the lowest in the world. A sunny place. Cyprus's Mediterranean climate means you can enjoy almost 300 days of sunshine per year. A diverse place. You can enjoy the beauty of the beach and the serenity of the mountains with just a 30-minute drive. A cultured place. You can enjoy 12,000 years of history through museums, archaeological sites, and religious sites. You can enjoy classical and modern art performances, sports of all sorts, an active lifestyle, and so much more. There is never a dull moment, unless, of course, you simply want to tone it down and relax, which you can also do in a variety of resorts, nature excursions, or small picturesque villages. You get a country that's great for kids and families. There are more than 90 high-level international schools, a plethora of parks, playgrounds, and year-round family events. Perhaps you thought you couldn't have the best of both worlds. In Cyprus, you can. A country that's exceptional for business and ideal for living. A country where your real return on investment lies not only in numbers, but also in the quality of life that you, your family, and business associates will enjoy. Your investment will yield long-term business returns and unique personal rewards. It's time to redefine your return on investment. It's time to invest in Cyprus.
ExxonMobil is working to deliver reliable and affordable energy and products. while helping to advance climate solutions that improve quality of life and meet society's evolving needs. We're focused on growing shareholder value safely and in support of a lower emissions future. Creating value through our technology, scale, integration, functional excellence, and people. New energy resource discoveries and innovative solutions built on fundamental science and scalable technologies, and a plan to play a leading role in the energy transition. value safely and in support of a lower emissions future. Creating value through our technology, scale, integration, functional excellence, and people. New energy resource discoveries and innovative solutions built on fundamental science and scalable technologies, and a plan to play a leading role in the energy transition. ExxonMobil has the competitive advantages to play a leading role in a lower emissions future. That is why at ExxonMobil, we're creating solutions that improve quality of life and meet society's evolving needs.
Whoever said don't question things? What if we questioned everything? What if you were able to move at the speed of trust? And what if we could reframe the future together? If your bold vision could be transformed into a sustainable reality? Or if you could envision solutions before problems arise? What if the experience of change unlocked the extraordinary? Or if you could measure the things that matter most? What if today's leaders could realize tomorrow's opportunities? And if the path ahead is uncertain, do you stand still or leap forward?
Dear friends, let me start by congratulating the organizers for today's summit, bringing together esteemed guests. While circumstances have unfortunately prevented me from attending, I'm very pleased to be joining virtually to share my thoughts and vision for the new chapter ahead for Cyprus. Today, I'm addressing the Investment Summit in London for the first time after assuming the presidency of the country. I carry the vote of trust and confidence of the people of Cyprus with a great sense of commitment and responsibility. My vision for Cyprus is to become a model for attracting investment and fostering entrepreneurship, a country that implements bold reforms and becomes more competitive, that fully reaps the benefits of technology and innovation and sets the bar high for a swift green and digital transition. A country that is well equipped to respond to future geopolitical, economic, and other challenges swiftly and efficiently. Dear friends, our government took office on the 1st of March in turbulent times, with a war taking place on European soil, with multiple challenges that require attention and action. Energy and food security, climate change, immigration, and aging population are but a few of the areas that require our immediate attention. Additionally, inflationary pressures undermine purchasing power, disrupt economic activity and investment, and hinder economic growth. In recent years, the Cyprus economy has proven its remarkable resilience. Consecutive budget surpluses created sufficient fiscal space to be able to support demand and employment during the COVID pandemic. As a result, they
opened this conference. And I have to say that I had a feeling of great nostalgia when I saw him appear on the screen, because he was standing in front of the cabinet table in the presidential palace in Nicosia, where I sat for many long hours discussing the Cyprus problem with Glafkos Clerides and his government. Though I have to say that the more useful discussions took place on Glafkos's boat rather than around that table. And before I start, I could just like to emphasize, since Cyprus is one of those places which is the home for conspiracy theories, that I am not speaking on behalf of the British government, for whom I have not worked since I stood down as Special Representative for Cyprus in 2003, and I have not had any contact with them, and the thoughts that I will put out on the table are not those of the British government, believe it or not. So at the time when I agreed to speak to this conference on the geopolitics of the region following the elections in Greece, Turkey, and indeed in Cyprus, it was reasonable to entertain the possibility that the two elections which remained to be held, because President Christodoulides, whom we've heard already, had already by then been elected as the new president of Cyprus, it was possible to believe that those two remaining elections might result in a change of leadership and government, which could have opened up some hitherto unexplored avenues in handling the dangerously deadlocked situation in the Eastern Mediterranean. That, of course, is no longer so, with President Erdogan elected to a further term of office, and with a parliamentary majority, and with the Mitsotakis New Democracy government in Greece apparently cruising towards a new term in the second election at the end of this month. So it would be pretty foolhardy to attempt at this stage to predict the policy path these three critical regional players will take in the period ahead. It's best, in any case, to judge leaders and governments by what they do as much as by what they say. So I will focus on posing questions rather than trying to answer them, which may be a bit frustrating for you, but I hope not too much. Let's start with energy and the issue of energy security, which has become such a burning one for all Europeans since Russia invaded Ukraine and supplies of Russian gas and oil were phased out. The least one can say about the precarious standoff over the exploration, development and transmission of the gas reserves in the Eastern Mediterranean, and in particular those in the waters around Cyprus, is that it is not helping to resolve Europe's energy security predicament and the need to diversify those gas supplies. And there is also clearly a potential opportunity in those circumstances for Cyprus to benefit both commercially and politically from helping to meet those needs, particularly if that can be done reasonably quickly and reasonably economically, which could point towards transmission through the already existing Turkish pipeline system with Europe. Will those possibilities be seriously explored in the new, by the newly elected governments in ways which take account of the strongly held positions of each, but find compromises which do not prejudice those strongly held positions? Not easy, but in the new energy supply environment, perhaps worth exploring. And I should say that, if accused of naivety, my own experience of 7 years dealing with the Cyprus problem was, alas, that politics always trumped economics. I think it's time that economics and politics were brought into line. So much for energy. Next, look at the possible extension of the EU-Turkey customs union for trade in goods to cover trade in services and perhaps agricultural goods. That possibility is already being explored. Cyprus, as we all know, and this conference bears testimony to it, is a strong player in services and has much to gain from preferential access to Turkey's large and growing market. But currently, thanks to a misguided decision by Turkey's government many years ago, Cyprus does not, in practice, benefit from that customs union, whether it is extended or whether it is not extended. Is is that an issue that newly elected leaders will find worth revisiting? Is it one where a way can be found round the thicket of legal objections? And then there is the issue of migration, always a hot topic, and never more so than now. We heard on the news today that the European Union has just agreed a new policy on migration, which has probably quite far-reaching consequences, some of which will be felt in the region that includes Cyprus and around it. The EU-Turkey arrangements for helping Turkey manage the burden of millions of refugees from Syria and elsewhere in the Middle East and further come up for review, obviously, on a regular basis. Whatever one may think about the Arab League's decision to welcome President Assad back into its fold, that is unlikely to tempt back many of those who fled from his rule in the first place. And any attempt by Turkey to repatriate them forcibly would not only be contrary to the UN Refugee Convention, but would also be likely to trigger a further substantial exodus of those refugees to destinations, dare I say it, further west. And when I did geography, Cyprus is west of Turkey. And will a way be found to avoid such outcomes, to avoid Europe's difficulties in coping with even the present level of immigration becoming even worse in the period ahead? Good question, not answered. Now, I've so far avoided mentioning the Cyprus problem in these remarks, not because it doesn't underlie all the other topics. It does. I've referred to them. But because so long as the governments of Turkey and of the TRNC insist as a precondition of any resumption of UN-led negotiations for a settlement on acceptance that that would be based on a two-state solution, I see no prospect for progress. The words two-state solution may sound seductive, but this flies in the face of every UN Security Council resolution adopted over many decades. So I fear it will have to be recognized that addressing the Cyprus problem head-on and now is, in present circumstances, only likely to make things worse, not better. Could Turkey be persuaded to drop that precondition? Well, that remains to be seen. Finally, a word about Ukraine and the implications of the conflict there for all Europeans. And I do very much welcome what the President said in his introduction to this conference about the importance that his government takes to implementing the EU sanctions, which are, of course, in very close harmony with what this country does and what the Americans do. This Ukraine issue surely is a critical one for all of us. Preventing the seizure of parts of the territory of a neighbouring country by force is at the heart of the Ukraine crisis, but it was also and remains at the heart of the Cyprus problem. That is why, so long as Russia's aggression persists, this is no time to allow other disputes to divide the united front that the EU and NATO have taken against that aggression. That's a challenge that all those three governments face, and it could perhaps lead to the search for better solutions to the sectoral problems to which I have drawn attention. Let's hope so. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Lord Hannay, for those remarks. And we now turn to Menelaos Menelaou, who is the Greek Cypriot negotiator for the Cyprus problem, to give us some thoughts.
Thank you very much. Good morning. Thank you very much for inviting me as one of the speakers at the annual Cyprus Investment Summit. Let me begin by saying that it's a distinct pleasure to share this first session with Lord Hani, and to say that unlike what some people might believe of us, we are not at all conspiracists. We are pragmatic and forward-looking. And let me also say from the outset that it is always helpful in this regard in order to avoid going into a direction of unnecessarily feeding misunderstandings, to be very careful with the use of appropriate terminology. And I refer specifically to the reference to a government of the so-called TRNC, which is nothing else but an illegal secessionist entity. And that is not simply a legal terminology, which is included in relevant UN resolutions for Cyprus, but it is of utmost importance for all of us to have a proper understanding and approach with regard to these issues against the backdrop of the particular importance, especially within the current geopolitical, regional and international context, of the need to preserve the framework, the only viable path ahead for Cyprus, which if questioned would have very serious repercussions not only for Cyprus but for others, including the United Kingdom, that has very vital interests in the Eastern Mediterranean, which is that the only path ahead is a one-state solution. You have asked me to speak about the geopolitics of the region after the recent elections in Cyprus, Greece, and Turkey. Let me begin by saying that this is a very pertinent topic in the light of the current geopolitical context and of the developing dynamics regionally and internationally. It is a time when the use of force has returned to the forefront as a means for the resolution of disputes. This by itself highlights the imperative need to redouble our efforts in order to bring diplomacy and the respect for international law back to the fore of international relations. Cyprus doesn't come to the regional and international scene as an actor which is being held hostage of its political problem. We are an active, constructive, outward-looking, reliable and predictable partner who aspires to build bridges of understanding and cooperation. The 3+1 regional cooperation schemes that were initiated since 2013 are a testament of this approach of regional multilateralism based on international law and the law of the sea, guided by inclusivity and the avoidance of zero-sum games. At the same time, we are of course knowledgeable of the additional potential that will be unleashed through a solution to the long-lasting Cyprus problem that will overcome the current model of perpetuating rivalry as a result of the ongoing Turkish occupation and will move us towards a new paradigm of peace, stability, and cooperation. Focusing now on what should be done for the Cyprus problem and subsequently for the region. In today's turbulent global landscape, our approach cannot be other than to address the root cause of the problem. Turkey continues to illegally occupy, violate the sovereignty and territorial integrity, and even threaten with the annexation of the occupied part of the Republic of Cyprus. We cannot be selectively sensitive when it comes to adherence to these fundamental principles and resort to approaches of double standards. Efforts for a comprehensive solution have remained stuck since the unsuccessful conclusion of the Conference for Cyprus in Grand Montana, Switzerland in July 2017. Since then, all attempts have been impeded by the policy of the Turkish side to reject the agreed basis of a federal solution, as demonstrated through positions for sovereign equality and equal international status, which essentially advocate for a two-state solution. From the very first day of his election, President Christodoulidis has reaffirmed his commitment to continue the efforts for a solution on the basis prescribed by relevant UN resolutions, to preserve the body of work that had been accomplished up until the closure of the Conference for Cyprus in Grand Montana, which comprises the convergences achieved on all chapters of negotiations and the 6 points presented by the UN Secretary General in the said conference. We firmly believe that this is the only viable and sustainable path ahead that can safeguard the vital interests of Cyprus and all Cypriots, and in the long term of all involved in the Cyprus problem and of all international actors with vital interests in the wider region of the Eastern Mediterranean. This last aspect should not be overlooked, especially against the backdrop of the current regional and international geopolitical landscape. Within the context of our effort to create a conducive atmosphere, the President took the initiative, even before the official assumption of his duties, to meet with the leader of the Turkish Cypriot community on February 23rd, under the auspices of the UN. He also expressed readiness to hold additional meetings, an invitation that is still open. In the past recent months, the main challenge in front of us was to navigate through this very sensitive period and to be able to get to the point when the landscape will be clear from upcoming elections, so that we can focus on tangible steps ahead. The way up to here has not been easy. 6 years without a negotiating process is a very long period. In these 6 years, we have witnessed attempts for the creation of new fait accompli in the occupied part of Cyprus, violations of Cyprus's sovereign rights, efforts to pursue the upgrading of the secessionist entity, the so-called TRMC, and the continuous upgrade of Turkey's military infrastructure in the occupied part of Cyprus. It is for this reason that the continuation of the current situation is not sustainable. In this challenging context, we stepped forward, proposing that we explore and identify incentives that will create win-win solutions and generate a positive agenda for all involved. We are seeking an enhanced role on behalf of the European Union in the effort to overcome the stalemate and to resume negotiations. This does not in any way question or substitute the leading role of the UN and the Good Offices mission of the UN Secretary General. It is intended to support it in its effort to break the deadlock and to resume the effort for a solution. The two are not competitive, they are mutually reinforcing. At the same time, we stand ready to explore other factors that can be catalytic in this regard, being fully conscious of the imperative need to look at the bigger picture, to act with a long-term perspective so that we can overcome the stalemate and pave the way for a comprehensive solution. We shall remain focused on doing our part in order to enable a positive outlook towards a new era of peace, prosperity, security, and stability in Cyprus and the region. I thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Meneleu. We have about 15 to 20 minutes for discussion. So if anybody would like to ask a question, please just indicate to me. I would like to start by asking, in fact, both of you, but let me start with David Lord Hannay. I mean, it's coming up to 50 years since this problem was created. Do you think the longer time goes on, it becomes harder to solve or easier to solve?
Well, I think the answer is a bit of both. Obviously, there is an element of time passing, bringing new generations to the fore who have not got so clearly in their mind the Cyprus that existed before the events of the 1970s and so on. But I do remember when I stood down from being special representative in 2003, that then everyone was saying, oh, it's all over now, the new generation aren't interested, forget about it, we can just live with the status quo. So it's not new. And now there's an outburst of the same thing. I don't actually believe a word of it in this sense. I do believe that the new generation are probably have not the same outlook as their predecessors did. But I don't believe that the status quo is either in the very long term sustainable or desirable. So and then I do think you have to take account of the fact that there are really major shifts in the geopolitics of the region in which Cyprus is situated, the Eastern Mediterranean, if you like to call it, or the eastern edge of the European Union. There are huge changes, of which, of course, the invasion of Ukraine is the most obvious, but there are others too. And they will not leave untouched the Cyprus problem. They will change the parameters to some extent, and I hope that all those concerned, Turkey, Greece, Cyprus itself, most important of all, will take account of those changes. And as I suggested in the remarks I made, I asked some questions which could lead on to a bit of a shift in the parameters. And so that's why I would say it's a bit of both.
What do you think about my question of, is time making it harder to solve this problem?
Well, it is definitely burdening more an already very complicated and difficult situation. And therefore, the sooner we are able to revive the process and the prospect for a comprehensive solution, the better. On the other hand, it should also be acknowledged that in recent years that there have been aspects that have come to be related with the efforts to achieve a solution to the Cyprus problem that have contributed so that a new dynamic was provided to these efforts. Like, for example, Cyprus's accession to the European Union. That doesn't mean, of course, that we have the luxury or that we should be guided by an approach that we should be waiting in expectation of a better situation that might come up in the future, especially in a period where we have, for a very long period, an absence of a political process. Our approach should be, our focus should be for it to be revived as soon as possible, for this to be done in a way that is going to draw lessons from the experiences of the past, in a way that is going to acknowledge the substance, the cracks of the issue, and the reason why we have not been successful in the past, including the fact that we have been leaving the most fundamental aspects of the problem that had to do with the issue of security and guarantees, the withdrawal of Turkish troops from Cyprus, and the issue of the obsolete Treaty of Guarantee, to be addressed only towards the very last stages of the negotiations, and focus on them as soon as possible in a renewed effort, bearing in mind the wider context that we have already described, so that the renewed effort would this time have an increased possibility to be concluded successfully. Because we don't have the luxury to keep repeating unsuccessful attempts.
And the relationship with Turkey since the election in Turkey, between the EU and Turkey, it's probably pretty bad. Would you share that view, David? I mean, and it's notable, well, I found it notable that Erdogan did not go to the meeting of the European political community in Moldova, which at least was a forum in which he might have met some of the European leaders.
Yes, I don't think it's particularly good, obviously. President Erdogan, who is not stupid, will have noticed that there were an awful lot of people right the way across Europe who would have rather seen Mr. Kılıçdaroğlu as president of Turkey than he. So we shouldn't ignore that degree of hostility to his continuance in power was present until the day of the election. But equally, I don't think we should ignore the fact that the reaction of European governments, both those in the European Union and, for example, our own government, was an immediate acceptance of the outcome of the elections and a stated willingness to get down to work with Turkey. I don't want to read too much into the presence or absence at the Moldova meeting, but things will soon move on beyond a simple issue of did he come to it or not, to practicalities. So let's see. He has appointed a new finance minister whose views on these matters are rather different from both his own and those and the predecessor finance ministers. So that's a sign that it's not just going to be business as usual. Let's see.
Do you have any views on the EU-Turkey relationship post the elections?
Well, it is definitely not as good as we would have hoped it to be. But it is a time when I believe that the situation demands a pragmatic and realistic assessment of the situation, so that everyone will acknowledge what are the prospects, whether the possibility of full accession of Turkey to the European Union is still there or not, and for it to be clearly determined so that there is a clear path as to what we are seeking and what should be expected. And then this clearing of the landscape would also be useful so that we can identify those elements that are remaining on which we can possibly work, because even without the possibility of full accession of Turkey to the European Union, there would still be a need on the part of the European Union to have and to develop positive relations with Turkey, and we believe that the same exists also from the other side, the need on behalf of Turkey to need and to maintain a very good relationship with the European Union, and there is definitely a role that has and will be played also by the Republic of Cyprus as a member state of the European Union in that regard.
Okay, there's a question over there. You might just tell us who you are and who you want to answer your question.
My name is Theo Theodorou. My question is to both Sir David Haney and the Minister. The Republic of Cyprus has always been guided by the United Nations for a solution to the Cyprus issue. I'm a bit puzzled at the role of the United Nations, and I'd like Sir David Haney and the Minister to explain to me, why does the United Nations not imply their resolutions, and in particular, currently in the fenced-off area of the ghost town of Famagusta, whereby they have freely walked into territory which is under the auspices of the United Nations? What actually is the role of the United Nations? And why can they not implement resolutions so we can be guided for a just solution for Cyprus?
Well, Lord Haney, I think that you should start with that.
Okay.
And bring in Varosha, perhaps.
Well, basically, I don't want to talk very much about Varosha, I'm sorry. But I will try and respond to your question by saying that the UN has, since the 1970s, had two basic roles in Cyprus, which are a bit separate, reflected in the fact that they're usually handled by a different Under-Secretary General. One is the peacekeeping role, which is maintaining the green line and ensuring that there are, if possible, no breaches of it, and if necessary, that they are kept under control. There was a period when I was dealing with the matter when things got quite difficult and there were some very unpleasant incidents, including loss of life. But recent times that's not been the case, and there's been much more exchange of individuals wanting to go north and south. That's one part of the UN's role. The other part of the UN's role is to facilitate the search for a solution. Now, we really must be very careful about this. The UN is not a mediator. It has never been accepted by either the government of Cyprus nor the government in the north of Cyprus. It has never been accepted as a mediator. It is a facilitator. And I remember Rauf Denktash saying, they're a fly on the wall, and if I want, I'll swat it. So the UN does not have enforcement powers in either of those roles. And that is really, I think, the best answer I can give you to the issue of Varosha. It has not got enforcement powers, and it would not get enforcement powers from a Security Council which is, alas, partially paralyzed by the consequences of Ukraine and the multiple vetoes that have been wielded there by both Russia and China.
Mr. Meneleu, do you want to comment on the UN?
Yes, thank you. Well, let me first clarify that I'm not a minister, I'm the negotiator. On what has been said with regard to the role that the UN is playing in Cyprus and the context within which this is exercised, I agree with what has been stated by Lord Hani. Except one thing, and I'm very sorry to get back to these issues of terminology, but I believe that it is important, as I have said also in my initial remark, to avoid feeding unnecessarily misunderstandings that there is any government in the north of Cyprus. There is a so-called government of a secessionist entity. And with regard in particular to the issue of Varosha, yes, there are specific resolutions with regard to that topic, with regard to that issue, that provide for specific obligations on behalf of Turkey that are not being fulfilled, that are being violated, and this is the reason for which the UN Security Council has been engaged in recent years, because of the steps that were undertaken. And this, I think, puts in front of us, in the context of the wider thinking which is required in the current circumstances, the need to reflect upon what is actually happening right now in Cyprus. Is what is being done on behalf of Turkey a leverage to push forward an agenda towards the acceptance of the solidification of the division of Cyprus and the imposition of a two-state solution? And within this context, they are carrying out the steps in relation to Varosha, other violations, pursuing the upgrading of the secessionist entity internationally, pursuing the upgrading of the military infrastructure, and if yes, and our assessment is that it is being used as a leverage to pursue such an agenda, what do we do so that we can achieve the desired way out from the current situation, which would not only be detrimental for us, and I want to highlight that point once more, it would be detrimental also for others that have vital interests in Cyprus and the region, including the United Kingdom.
Yes, please, in the middle.
Hello. Excuse me. Good morning, all. Sonny Ojaga from Buy Africa. We are FDI, Foreign Direct Investment Strategy Company in Canary Wharf, and also specialize on international trade. So my question is on investment in Cyprus. So recently, with the global financial turmoil and all the geopolitical issues in the region, we've seen old enemies coming together, striking a peace agreement, Iran, Saudi, a lot of things happening. So what I'm trying to say here is that we having, like, for example, I will talk about African multinationals, like big companies in Africa, opening shops in Dubai because of, in the context of multipolarization, also trying to, because they feel that in Dubai they can have access to like a basket of different currencies to also hedge themselves with the ongoing de-dollarization, which is going slowly but steadily. So I would like to know your take, and how do you position Cyprus? How do you make, what are you selling to attract global investors to Cyprus in this context of multipolarization and where Dubai is becoming more attractive? Thank you.
Mr. Meneleu, do you want to tackle that? I mean, we will be discussing investment all morning. So.
Yes, well, I would say that in the course of the discussions that are going to take place later within this context, there will be speakers that are more, let's say, expert than me to be more enlightening with regard to this aspect. But what I would say is repeat what I have said in my initial remarks, that political solutions, including a solution to the Cyprus problem, will definitely unleash potential that would be beneficial for Cyprus and others looking to do investment in Cyprus, in the region, through Cyprus perhaps become more active towards the European Union in an environment that is going to be more stable more secure, more predictable. So that is another very significant incentive for us, so that we work more intensively towards this direction of finding political breakthroughs.
We will come back to discuss other ways of making Cyprus more attractive. Do you want to add anything, David?
Just briefly on Iran and Saudi Arabia and the kind of standoff that was reached, which enabled them to resume diplomatic relations, which was helped by the Chinese government, and which I believed was a thoroughly positive thing. But don't overstate it. The agreement to resume diplomatic relations and to talk to each other again is a necessary precondition to addressing a whole lot of extremely knotty issues like Yemen, Syria, and so on. None of that has yet taken place, and I don't imagine many people would put a lot of money on progress being made on those sort of issues at a very fast rate, though it may be that some of them will be dialed down. And in a sense, what I was saying about the various sectoral approaches to migration, to energy, to the possibility of Turkey extending its customs union, falls into that category. The reality, which you reflect, is that there are two countries in the region, Iran and Turkey, who are too big and too important economically and politically, and too risky in terms of presenting the possibility of conflict, even armed conflict, to be ignored. And any approach to that has to take into account the realities in those two countries. At the moment, as we've discussed earlier in this question session, the relationship between Turkey and its Western partners is not brilliant. And that with Iran is virtually non-existent because of the deadlock over the negotiations on the nuclear issue. So I think both of those contain risks, and both of them contain opportunities. And hopefully people will reach more for the opportunities and will avoid the risks.
We really ought to wind it up, but I wonder if I could take advantage of your presence on the platform, Lord Hannay, to ask you about the relationship between the UK and the EU. I mean, the last year or so has not been one of great political stability in the UK, but the mood of the country, as measured by many opinion polls, seems to be turning to favour a better relationship between the EU and the UK, and indeed a view of many people that actually leaving the European Union might have been a mistake. How do you see the relationship going ahead?
Well, I'm not in the position to answer your second part of your question because I was far too much involved in the attempts, first of all, to avoid a decision to leave the European Union and then to mitigate the consequences. So I won't answer that. But I think you're right that the atmosphere here has changed, a change which perhaps dated back to Prime Minister Truss briefly going to the President Macron's initiative of a European political community. That wasn't very far-reaching. What was much more far-reaching was her successor, the present Prime Minister's decision to negotiate with the Commission, with Ursula von der Leyen, the Windsor framework on dialing down the difficulties over applying the Northern Ireland Protocol and ditching the legislation which those of us in the House of Lords had been spending rather a lot of our time trying to block successfully. But he ditched the attempt to unilaterally change the Northern Ireland Protocol. So that created the conditions, I think, in which there is, forgive the use of a rather hackneyed word, détente between the European Union and the EU. Will it lead on to further positive steps? I don't know. But there are plenty of those positive steps out there. I would only recommend, but that's a bit self-serving, a report that the committee I serve on, the European Affairs Committee of the House of Lords, published on the 29th of April, which contains a whole list of areas in which that relationship could be strengthened, deepened, and made more collegiate. Also, only last week, there was a report published by an organisation called the UK Trade and Business Commission, chaired by Hilary Benn, and with cross-party membership, which set out a very large number of issues in the trade field which could be improved, whether you're talking about rules of origin or VAT application and so on. So there's a huge agenda out there. Will it be taken up? Well, the present government is a bit hobbled because there are very strong tensions within the government whenever an attempt is made to do this, which came to the surface only 10 days ago when the government, very wisely in my view, dropped their aim of ditching the whole of the European Union's legislation that is on our statute book now, all 4,700 bits of statute by the end of this year. That was not a terribly wise approach. They dropped it, and then there was a great hullabaloo about that. So between now and the election, which is likely to be in the late autumn of 24 or the mid-autumn of 24, it may be that it'll prove too difficult to take items in this agenda and move them forward. But it may not. I hope not. I hope it will be possible to do that. What is certain is that whoever takes office after the 24 election will have to address this agenda if they really want to boost the very thin, inadequate basis on which a deal was struck by Boris Johnson and David Frost way back in 2019 and 2020.
That was very comprehensive. And thank you very much to both our speakers, and we'll move on to the next session. So I would like to invite Chris Patsalides to join. He referred to him in his remarks. So I would like to invite you to give us your thoughts. Cyprus, is it a rising star in the region, presenting Cyprus's new economic strategy?
Thank you very much. Good morning to all. If I may pick up from something that Menelas has mentioned earlier, any resolution to the Cyprus issue, resulting in the reunification of the island, will certainly be a boost on the economy. So, the numbers I'm presenting here today are not factoring in this potential which is there to be exploited. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the new government took office in March of this year with a clear mandate to pursue modernization and to build a resilient and prosperous economy for all its citizens. While acknowledging these challenges that lie ahead, the new administration is committed to creating an environment conducive to the objective of economic and social progress. The government's vision is to make Cyprus one of the best places in the world to live, work, and do business. What has come to be known as Vision 2035 is the new long-term strategy for the sustainable development of the Cypriot economy. The strategy consists of over 240 actions aligned with EU-driven initiatives such as the Recovery and Resilience Plan. It encompasses structural reforms as well as initiatives aiming to enhance the value added of existing sectors and promote new ones. Cyprus is the Eastern Mediterranean gateway into the EU, lying at the crossroads of major global markets. In fact, one of the key achievements of Cyprus' foreign policy in the past few years is the establishment of regional cooperation mechanisms together with Greece and other countries in the region, such as Egypt, Israel, Jordan, the UAE, Lebanon, and others. The cooperation covers a wide range of sectors, including energy, security, education, environment, climate change and innovation, promoting peace, stability, and prosperity in the region. Let us consider the economy today and its key trends. As can be seen from Chart 1, Cyprus suffered a COVID-related contraction of 4.4%, one of the smallest in the EU, and in 2021 recorded a positive growth rate of 6.6%, almost double the EU average. Despite the adverse external environment of 2022, Cyprus managed to grow by 5.6%, one of the strongest growth rates recorded among its peers. In the next few years, Cyprus is expected to grow at rates hovering around 3%. What is important to note is that Cyprus rebounded very quickly, as it did in earlier crises. Cyprus is a small, open economy and a very flexible one. A V-shaped recovery is the norm. Further diversification and agility are key to enhancing resilience. Chart 2 shows inflation. In 2022, inflation skyrocketed in line with the rest of Europe. Following the ECB interest rate hikes and the drop in energy prices, inflation is currently on a downward path, decelerating to 3% as of May 23, one of the lowest rates in the EU. Given the projected strength of GDP, as demonstrated earlier, this suggests that the economy is quite resilient at higher interest rates and responds well insofar as the objective of price stability is concerned. Moving on to public finances, as may be observed from Chart 3, Cyprus has been pursuing contractionary fiscal policies leading to budget surpluses, except of course during COVID-19. Further improvement of the public finances is expected in the years to come, with the fiscal position reaching a surplus throughout. Chart 4 depicts the evolution of the debt to GDP ratio. In 2022, the general government debt dropped to 86.5% of GDP, the second largest drop in the EU, and is expected to reach 60.1% by 2026. In view of what has been presented so far, it is of no surprise to witness a positive response by the rating agencies. The creditworthiness of the country is further supported by a resilient banking system capable of internal capital generation. As can be observed, the country has crossed over to investment-grade ratings. Hopefully Moody's, which has a positive outlook, will follow with an upgrade soon. Its recent report named Cyprus a potential rising star. As we speak, the 10-year government bond trades at 170 basis points over bonds. It is perhaps worth mentioning that in April of this year, the government issued its first sustainable bond, a 1 billion 10-year bond, listed here on the LSE. The structure of the economy and government policy. As may be observed, Cyprus is a service-based economy, with the service sector itself being quite diversified. As stated at the outset, the government aims to promote an effective market economy, leading to the transition of existing sectors into more productive and attractive business propositions, and to the development of new sectors. The emergence of new sectors has been an ongoing process during the last few years. The technology sector is a good example. Cyprus is establishing itself as a growing tech hub. According to the latest estimates, the contribution of ICT to GDP has reached 12%, exceeding that of more traditional sectors such as tourism, which contributes 10% of GDP. Cyprus tourism is itself developing into a higher value-added industry. Tourist arrivals this year are expected to grow by 50% at a higher tourist per capita expenditure, following successful push into higher profit margin countries. Key government policies may be viewed in terms of horizontal and sector-specific initiatives. On green transition, the government has adopted the EU climate neutrality targets and intends to execute swiftly as planned. It is worth noting that 41% of the 1.2 billion RRF is allocated to green initiatives. As regards the digital path, Cyprus is currently ranked 20th in the EU on the DESI index. This is not satisfactory. The government aims to move faster by utilizing 23% of the RRF. Smart government aims to fully cater for the needs of the business sector in a digital manner. A digital services factory in the context of a Scrum Agile framework is well underway. Judicial reform aiming at the timely administration of justice is happening. This is a chronic problem and an obstacle to modern economic development. Reform is radical, and specific targets for the elimination of backlog cases have been set in the RRF. Another important horizontal initiative is the tax reform. As the country transforms into the new economic model in the digital and green era, the government aims to modernize the tax system to enhance transparency, fairness, simplification, efficiency, and therefore competitiveness. This is expected to further strengthen Cyprus' position as an international business hub. Sector-specific policies and initiatives have been designed for the sectors presented on this slide. A number of these initiatives have economic-wide positive spillover effects. One example is the policy of addressing skill mismatches as the economy is transitioning. In concluding this presentation, I would like to touch upon the funding aspect of the growth plan by speaking in terms of debt and equity. Budget surpluses and EU funds, such as the RRF and Thalia, provide the state-driven equity into the economy. Private investment, and primarily foreign direct investment, comprise the private sector's contribution to equity. FDI is currently achieving record growth rates in various sectors, as evidenced by numerous FDI trackers. Strong surplus liquidity in the banking system, as can be seen, I'm referring to this liquidity ratios of the banks, is the source of debt. The dynamics of debt and equity are leading to a reduction of private debt to the GDP and thus to further strengthening of the economy. This trend is expected to continue. In a nutshell, Cyprus is growing and diversifying into a successful, broad-based economy backed by prudent finances and healthy economic indicators. The country is well on its way to achieving sustainable growth and fulfilling its vision and aspirations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Patsalidis. We've time for one or two questions if anybody wants to ask them. If not, let me just ask one question of you, Mr. Patsalidis. Cyprus has had quite a problem with youth unemployment for many years. Do you have any thoughts on how much further you can go to improve youth employment? I mean, youth unemployment is still relatively high.
Yes. Overall employment is roughly 6%, but youth unemployment is much higher. Even though Cyprus is number 3 in the world in terms of in the EU, in terms of university graduates per capita, there is still a persistent problem with youth unemployment. This is mainly because of the transformation of the economy. The economy in the past was based on professional services, banking, and other industries, more traditional industries, which required a high number of economists, accountants, lawyers, and so on. But the economy is moving into other directions as well: health, education, I mentioned technology. So there is a lack of, for instance, professionals in the technology sector. So there is lack of talent. therefore, the government, what it's trying to do is to address this skills mismatch issue. So there is a plan as to how we can deal with this matter so as to be able to alleviate or eliminate this problem, and at the same time support the growth of the economy. Because the companies coming to Cyprus to set up an operation in Cyprus, they're looking for talent. They need human resources to operate. And it's important that we are in a position to provide them with these resources.
I must say that I thought most of the numbers you presented, many other countries in the EU would be very envious of your current situation. And I think this country might be quite envious too. Any last questions from anybody in the audience to Mr. Patsalidis? If not, yes, one question there at the back. Sorry, there's a microphone coming towards you.
Hi, my name is Andreas. You said that there's a lack of tech talent in Cyprus, but does this comes down to the universities? I mean, are there any plans for changing something at the universities to promote the tech industry?
Yes, I mean the government is planning to work with the universities and with the tech professionals in the country and with the various research institutions so as to come up with a scheme that at the end of the day will enhance and assist young people who wish to enter into the technology sector and therefore be given more choice and at the same time be in closer contact with the industry itself, so that the industry becomes also part of the education process. So it's very important for the private sector, meaning the industry, to cooperate with the authorities in reference to the education sector, so as to boost the technology sector and to achieve meaningful results as far as the content of education is concerned.
Yes, one there, and then with maybe the last question, actually. Can we come with the microphone here? Yes, please. Briefly. He's going to go to the...
Minister of Energy.
Yes.
Good morning. I'm George Papanastasiou. I'm the Minister of Energy, Commerce and Industry. I have been listening very carefully the positions of Lord Hani, also the Mr. Patsalidis and Mr. Menelau as well. So I was a bit keeping myself in the seat without just jumping in order to make certain comments. I will agree with Lord Hani on certain things, but on others I will disagree. Coming from the energy sector, I heard that the Turkish pipelines, they are closest to the solutions. This I disagree. What I will agree is that the Cyprus problem is causing difficulties in seeing development in the country. What we are trying as part of the energy solutions, we are creating an environment which the environment will help the economy to develop by using energy. Certainly the neighboring countries, including Turkey, they will not be ignored in order to give this development through energy into the economy and boost it up. On the jobs that Mr. Patsalidis mentioned, and the talents that we are missing in Cyprus, possibly because I'm coming from the private sector, I will say that, by the way, coming from the private sector, meaning 27 years in BP and 12 years in Vitol, and suddenly I'm appointed as a Minister of Energy. So you understand that I was on the side of employing talents in my previous career, previous life, and I can tell you that there is lots of talents in Cyprus. However, we do not have the positions to put them in order to show their, to utilize those assets, which they are called talents, and give a push to the economy. As a result of that, we see these talents moving to other countries, and I can tell you that many of the people that they are talents in Cyprus, they leave Cyprus because we have not created the right environment in Cyprus in order to stay in Cyprus. And I'm sure there are many Cypriots and families that their children, they are working in the UK and in Europe generally. Myself, I placed at least 20 people, Cypriots talents, in jobs in Central Europe, and they were all technical. So you understand that Central Europe is missing technical jobs, and Cyprus has many technical people that they cannot find jobs in Cyprus. What we are trying to do in Cyprus now, through energy, is to create these job positions in order for these talents to stay in Cyprus and deliver in Cyprus. So when I will be presenting later on with my friend John Adrill from ExxonMobil, I will go through certain of these matters and go in detail of what we are trying to do through energy in order to give solutions possibly to the Cyprus problem, Lord Honey, incentivizing the neighborhood in order to see some prospect in bypassing the emotions that they have been long in the country and in the neighborhood for 50 years. This government is thinking differently. Trust me, we will move on and do things differently. This is what I wanted to just say. And sorry for the intervention, Peter. I just wanted to step in so that we do not create a pessimist environment for those other people in the room that they are investors and they are seeing Cyprus as a potential investment place, that there is prospect. We agree, Lord Hani, that the Cyprus problem is causing a difficulty in moving fast. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think I'm afraid we're out of time, but we'll take more questions when we move to the next panel. But thank you to the Minister for that comment, and thank you very much, Mr. Patsalidis. And I'd now like to move on to the next panel, Cyprus, a New Chapter Ahead for Business and Investment, and ask Evgeniu, Chairman of Invest Cyprus, to join me on the panel. And I might start. You don't want to make any comments straight away, but let me start by just asking you to comment on what we just heard from Mr. Patsalidis and some of the numbers he showed. One of the fastest growth rates in the European Union, one of the lowest inflation rates in the European Union, both public and private debt on a more sustainable path. How do you feel about that, about the situation? I mean, compared, I think probably almost the first time we met was over 10 years ago, when Cyprus was having real difficulties. It's improved a lot. Does that make your job much easier? Is it is it easier given those sort of numbers to attract investment to Cyprus?
First of all, it's great to be here and to be with you on this panel. Let me put it another way. I think the investments that have been coming to Cyprus over the last couple of years have actually contributed to the numbers we've just seen. And this is something that has been acknowledged by the European Commission, the IMF, the European Central Bank, so the 5.78% growth in last year, and also the expected 2.8% growth for this year, which is well ahead of the European average, which is going to be, I think, 1%, is to a large extent because of the foreign investments coming to Cyprus. Cyprus has a very targeted strategy in terms of attracting investments and building on what Mr. Patsalidis said. We have a national strategy for attracting to Cyprus high specialization companies and talent. And this has created over the last couple of years a technology cluster that contributes to the Cyprus economy on the basis of a study carried out actually by EY, who's one of the sponsors of the event, in excess of 3 billion euros, hence the 12% GDP. So it's easier, obviously, to attract investments in an economy that is doing well. But the point I wanted to make is that those investments have in fact contributed to the economy doing so well, and that's why we continue to have this focus on attracting new investments to the country.
And I think one of the themes we were beginning to discuss in the question to one of the questions to Mr. Patsalidis was Cyprus needs to do a little more in the IT space than it is doing. Digital transformation is necessary. It's perhaps been a little bit weaker in that area than some of its competitors. Do you think that's correct?
It's true, and the national strategy for attracting high specialization companies and talent, which I have mentioned, which has, very briefly, if I may say, has two core elements. One is tax incentives for the employees, because Cyprus has been very good from the tax and legal regime for companies, but hasn't been so good in terms of attracting talent. But now for companies that fit into that definition of high specialization, for the people who actually have the skills, the government is giving a 50% tax reduction on their income tax, which coupled with the good living conditions in Cyprus makes it a very attractive place to set up IT companies. Hence, the thousands of companies that have located to Cyprus, the thousands of people with their families that have come to Cyprus. And the second aspect of the strategy has to do with the facilitation of relocating people and basing them to Cyprus through a business facilitation unit that is actually in the ministry of Mr. Papanastasiou, with whom we have a very good cooperation. So the attractiveness of Cyprus for these companies contributes to the economy, but also is part of the transition of the economy. These companies are obliged to have 30% of their workforce to be from Cyprus, and hence the medium to long-term objective is that there is going to be some skills building and some transfer of knowledge to the local workforce. There is a shortage of IT skills on the island, and hence the strategy, the Vision 2035 that Mr. Patsalidis mentioned, one of its core elements is the educational reform and the reskilling of the labor force in Cyprus. We were late starters, but there has been significant improvement in the last couple of years.
And one other question that I'd like to ask you, and it may come up again later in the conference, Cyprus has, for all sorts of reasons, had quite a strong dependence, and dependence may not be the right word, strong relationship with Russia. Russian tourists, Russian investment. I guess in some ways that's more of a problem today than it perhaps was, particularly since Russia has invaded Ukraine. Do you see diversification generally away from Russia as an important goal?
It's been a goal for some time now. I think the growth figures for 2022, for last year, demonstrate the resilience of the Cyprus economy. Many people thought that because of the sanctions, because of the tourism, the impact on the tourist sector, the economy was going to do really poorly in 2022. On the contrary, we're the best performing economy in the European Union, and that demonstrates once again the resilience of the economy. But I can tell you that the investments that we're seeing coming to Cyprus the last couple of years demonstrate this diversification of the economy. Our target as Invest Cyprus in terms of markets is our region, so the Middle East and plus Israel, Europe, and we include the UK in Europe in the geographic sense, and the US. And just to give you an indication, in a few days we'll have the annual investment awards that were under the auspices of the President of the Republic. Investors are sort of recognized. And out of the 7 companies that will be, let's say, recognized for choosing Cyprus, investing in Cyprus, 4 are US related. 1 is from Japan. The other is from Sweden, and the other, I think, is from the Middle East. So I'm just giving you this evidence as a demonstration of the shift in terms of our attention for new investments.
Any comments or questions from we had? Yes, you were going to ask a question before, so yes, let's have a contribution.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ioannis Manios. I'm the lead of research and development at Knight Frank. I would like to ask something. You mentioned before about lack of talent, about the need of bringing young people in the new positions in IT and technology, generally in Cyprus. Do you think that there is a mismatch between the salaries and the cost of living? Because, for instance, at the moment, a property in Limassol costs 1.2 thousand, 1 bed. How is it possible someone that earns 1.5K or 2K to survive in the island and have a better lifestyle and to attract people in a nice destination, of course, but why someone to live, not only Cypriot, but from any nation, to live UK, to go work in Cyprus? Do you have any program or any thoughts about that? Thank you.
Well, let me address this question. We have been victims of our success in terms of the cost of accommodation, primarily in Limassol, but also the shortage of places in private schools, again, predominantly Limassol. This has been the result of the thousands of people that have come to Cyprus to live and work because of the national strategy for attracting high specialization companies and talent. So indicatively, last year, through the business facilitation unit, went through 1,600 companies. Work permits were given in excess of 9,000 people for third-party nationals, so non-EU residents. And we estimate that something like 25,000 people in terms of family relocation have moved to Cyprus only last year. So Cyprus is very attractive actually for people with technology talent, and they are coming to Cyprus for the favorable tax, obviously, that incentive that is given by the government, but also what the investors are saying to us is that Cyprus is very attractive primarily for young families. The quality of life, the ability to take your children to school in the morning and sort of have lunch with them and then sort of meet them again in the evening and have a good family life is very attractive compared to other places where they can be based. And this is actually one of the factors that brings these technology companies to Cyprus, because their biggest, let's say, limitation is how to attract talent. And by putting Cyprus as part of their employee proposition, they're able to get more people on board. That's what they say. Now, this success has created an imbalance between demand and supply. And we're very optimistic that this imbalance will be addressed by the market. I believe that the government is also trying to assist in terms of building permits, etc., for accommodation that is suitable for these people. So Cyprus is attractive to these people, and that's why the problem was created in the first place, because there is so much demand and so little supply. But the market will address it, I think, over the next sort of year or so.
I think the questioner would quite like wages to rise, wouldn't he? Let's take one question from over there.
Theo Theodoro again. I put my hat on this time as transnational education. That's my specific area. Education is a major hub for international students, and especially in the UK, over 40 billion income comes into this country. But there are schemes such as in Dubai, in Malaysia, Mauritius, and so forth, where they have knowledge villages, a hub for education. Has our government thought of developing education hubs? I know recently American University of Beirut has joined, etc., but a planned hub for education to generate and recruit international students, to build, to generate and bring income into our country? Thank you.
Yeah. Well, actually, the second, I mentioned the first pillar of our strategy in terms of attracting investments. The second pillar has to do with greenfield investments, and one of the priority areas is education alongside health and tourist infrastructure, and obviously the green and digital transitions. In Cyprus, there are 11 universities, public and private universities. The public universities of Cyprus and the private universities of Cyprus rank very highly in the international rankings. They're in the top sort of 400 universities globally. I happen to know about the University of Cyprus because I sit on the council that it ranks in the top 50 new young universities in Europe. So the university education standard in Cyprus is quite high. And in terms of research, I might sort of add another piece of evidence. Out of the 37 centers of excellence within the European Union for research and development, these are funded centers for specific research. Out of these 37 centers of excellence, 7 are in Cyprus, focusing in the areas of energy, but also technology, infrastructure. So there is a concerted effort to attract foreign students. There are thousands of foreign students actually studying in Cyprus. Nicosia, we mentioned a lot about, we talk about a lot about Limassol, but Nicosia is very much a university town. There are something like 50,000 students living in Cyprus, many of them from abroad, attending primarily the private universities which offer the English-speaking courses. Now, the big challenge is to link the research that comes out of the universities with the private sector and to convert that research to business ideas. And the government has plans in terms of reforming legislation on how to do that. And the second challenge, which was again alluded by Mr. Patsalidis earlier, is how to connect the universities with the private sector in terms of providing the courses that are needed by the market. Having said this, one of the private universities in Cyprus offers some cutting-edge postgraduate programs in metaverse and in sort of technology, new technology. So we are moving in that direction, and it's one of the success actually areas in terms of attracting investments to Cyprus.
Okay, we've perhaps got time for one. Did you want to ask one more question? Fairly briefly, please.
Yeah, thank you, Sonia. It's me again. Yeah, I'd like to go back to investment, if you please. I'll give you an example. So you have what is referred to as the Global South, which literally represent like nearly 80% of the global market. So you have investors in that segment of the global market, right? Looking to invest anywhere their business can be attractive. So when they look at Cyprus, so the first thing that would be represent like a big step back for them is sanctions. They want to be in an enabling place where they are totally free to commerce with many countries around the world. So what's the position of Cyprus with regards to what I just mentioned and the concerns of the Global South economic actors? Thank you.
Sanctions.
Well, let me, in terms of the competition for attracting investments, let me just share the fact that Cyprus ranked third in the FDI Greenfield Index in terms of post-pandemic recovery in attracting investments. So we're quite successful. In fact, in 2022, we jumped 50 places from number 68 to number 18 globally, again in the FDI Greenfield Investments Index. So we're doing reasonably well. We're not complacent. We are focused on our strategy, and we want to do more. Now, in terms of, and because you asked earlier about Dubai and other places and how Cyprus compares, well, each country has its own unique characteristics. I don't particularly like to make direct comparisons. Cyprus, first of all, is a European Union member state, so it has all the pluses that go along the fact that we are members of the European Union, members of the Eurozone, and also the regulation and the reliability that goes along with that. And in terms of our geographic position, we are seen by many countries in our region, primarily the Middle East, but also Israel, as the gateway to the European Union, because we're geographically close to them, but also we're members of the European Union. It's also a place where, especially in the fintech sector, which is our third priority area, attracting regulated entities, primarily investment funds, but also fintech. And I will have the chairman of the regulator later on speaking, where they have launched an innovation hub where these companies can actually test their ideas in the context of a European regulation. So if any countries from outside the EU want to access the EU through Cyprus, they are most welcome to do so. As long as, of course, they meet the regulatory and compliance standards that the European Union sets for those companies.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Evgeny. Okay, yes,
very quickly,
please. There's a microphone right next to you.
You refer to Cyprus as a wonderful place to bring a family and bring children, and therefore attracts foreign families. However, to make Cyprus continue to be attractive, we have to look after our environment. And my experience as a Cypriot with being a chairman of an association in Paphos is that town planning seems to continually give relaxations for private profit at the expense of both the environment and the interests of the local people. In Paphos, for example, Kato Paphos, which has thousands of years of history and culture and antiquities, a skyscraper has sprung up, and the said developer aspires to make Paphos the Dubai of Cyprus. Now, I hope that the new government will stop town planning from giving relaxations and breaking the law. Paphos has a topiko schedule, a local plan on Coral Bay, which has to be complied with, and there are developers are trying to bypass that through hierarchικές προσφυγές and all kinds of things. And I think if Cyprus wants to continue to be attractive, the environment and the development has to be sustainable, beautiful, harmonious, and in keeping with the environment. For the benefit of the local people, I think the developers have had enough gain and damaging both the economy and the people. Thank you very much.
Well, your question is beyond my response.
I'm sure the Minister heard. The Minister will have heard the question too.
No, it's beyond my responsibilities as Invest Cyprus. As Invest Cyprus, our role is to promote Cyprus, to attract investment to Cyprus, to facilitate investors who want to come to Cyprus, and anyone who is interested, we're here to talk to them. And then also, obviously, to provide aftercare services in terms of listening to what they have to say. And it's part of their feedback that I said that they find Cyprus attractive for young families. Now, in terms of your question, this needs to be directed to the people who give these permits. But my only comment is that this effort to strike a balance between protecting the environment, which is extremely important, and growth is a challenge for most countries in the world today.
And the balance is not right at the moment.
Well, it's certainly a challenge in this country where planning is always a problem in the UK. Thank you very much, Mr.
Thank you.
And we're moving straight on to discuss the banking sector in Cyprus, the case study of the Bank of Cyprus. So I'd like to invite Panikos Nikolaou to join me on the...
He wants a picture.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. you want to?
So good morning, everyone. Firstly, I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me. My name is Panicos Nicolaou, and I am the CEO of Bank of Cyprus since 2019. Bank of Cyprus is the largest financial institution in Cyprus, and one of the few non-UK banks listed in the LSE since 2017. Yesterday, we shared with our investors our medium-term outlook in a room, I think, next to this room. The presentation was more detailed. It was approximately 70 slides. I have chosen 8 to present here today, and apologies if they are too technical for some people. I will try to keep it as simple as possible. So how this works. Okay, starting with the first slide. So where we operate, Chris and Evgenios mentioned this before. We believe that we operate in a highly attractive market. Growth is expected to significantly exceed the average European levels, and as long as there are very low corporate taxes, as also Evgenios and Chris mentioned earlier, we believe that Cyprus can be an attractive destination for companies. I personally call it Cyprus can be a business hub for the region of Middle East and North Africa. And as well as there is a consolidated banking sector on the island, it is also a very, very liquid sector. One of the lowest loan-to-deposit ratios in Europe. Chris mentioned earlier about the liquidity of the banks. A few numbers: there are 52 billion of deposits and only 23 billion of loans. So let's go from where we operate to who we are. We are 124 years old. We are market leaders in the country, and our market leadership stretches across all sectors: traditional banking, low deposits, insurance, and also dominant in payment solutions. And all of this give us the market position to maintain good pricing discipline and profitability. And then going to why Bank of Cyprus. We believe that there are many reasons to be a shareholder in the bank. As I said before, we operate in a fast and growing economy. We are the market leader. We have a mature and diverse business mix with holistic offering, where we integrate banking, insurance, and payments, and this is very important. The bank is efficient, digital engaged with clients, and we have durable foundations, strong capital base, strong liquidity, very good asset quality, and an experienced and battle-hardened management team. So what we offer here, and as I said before, universal offering is key for us. And what you see here is a snapshot of our business. Retail business serves 3/4 of the population. Our corporate bank, with almost 5 billion loans, has a market share of more than 40%. We have over 170,000 of insurance clients. We are dominant in payment solutions, and our international bank, international arm, is the preferred financial partners of all these companies that choose Cyprus as their financial hub, as their business hub. So I will take you some years back, and I will explain what we have been through and the journey we have been on since the financial crisis of 2013. The bank has changed beyond all recognition. We have lowered our NPE ratio by 97%. 15 billion NPE ratio. It was almost the GDP of the country at that time. We have significantly increased our capital ratios without resorting to new equity issuance since 2014. We have transformed our liquidity, and last year we returned to profitability, to meaningful profitability. So where we want to be? All these foundations that have been built over these years create the conditions for highest returns today. So yesterday we informed the investors, and we have raised our return on tangible equity guidance from over 13% to over 17%. And to bring this in context with the European average, the European average and the European median for ROTE is 11.5%. We are benefiting from higher rates, of course. As a result of this, we expect to have sub 40% cost-to-income ratio, and our cost of risk, meaning our asset quality, remains robust and unchanged. And my last slide, where we want to be in 2025, because it's also very important, and even is more important than where we are in 2023. By then, interest rate is expected to be normalized at lower levels, but still we expect the bank to generate a return on tangible equity of more than 13%, combined with a capital ratios of almost 20%, 19% CET1, which is extremely important and high. So we will reduce our NPE portfolio from 4% to less than 3% because it's already at the low levels. And yes, we are committed to pay dividends, 30 to 50% of our profitability. This year, after 12 years, we pay dividends for the first time out of the 2022 profits. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nicolaou. It's certainly, on looking at those slides, it's quite a turnaround since 2013, yes, when you were in effect had to be nationalised. So, I mean, what do you think lessons from 2013 have been learned? I mean, another bank had to close down completely, Laiki. What do you feel about the lessons since 2013?
I think the lessons are very clear in terms of managing risk, managing asset quality, and investing in a prudent way. But at the same time, not just the lessons from 2013, but the lessons from since 2013 until today. So yes, we have to be able to take tough decisions, choose the right timing, and of course have the team to deliver. And Bank of Cyprus has a great team.
And you might just add something on digitalization in banking. Digitalization in finance generally is a big growth area. Digitalization of payments, even cryptocurrencies. How do you see digitalization going? I mean, we've heard earlier that in some respects Cyprus has been a bit of a laggard in information technology. Is that also true in banking? And how will that develop?
I think banking is more developed than the general government. I mean, as a bank, we have 427,000 active users to our mobile app. It's almost half of the population. And I give two examples. We have what we call Quick Hub, which is a digital branch, which means that any client of the bank can actually do all the transactions, apply for a loan, get an insurance through our mobile application. And furthermore, we have developed a digital economy platform. We call it Genius, where business to business can interact between each other, consumers with business, and of course, combine all with banking finance products. So I think the banking sector is well progressed on this, and this facilitates also the task of the government to speed up the digitalization of the country, because people are used to this.
I'm looking to see if anybody wants to ask any questions of Mr. Nicolaou. Let me just ask one more myself. Do you find? Well, I'll come to you in a minute. But do you find Cypriot people interested in cryptocurrencies? Does it worry you at all?
I don't think I'm the right person to answer this. I don't see much traction, though. Yeah, okay. It doesn't worry me too much today.
Right, I think there's one question at the back there.
Hi there, I'm Joe Neofitu, Alpha Bank London. How is the exposure to Russians impacting the banking sector in Cyprus? And what is the bank doing to improve the AML perception internationally?
I think you said the right word, the word perception. Perception, it's perception and not reality. And I will just say that our group deposits, the exposure of Russia or Belarus is less than 1% of the group deposits. So it's more a perception than reality. And another proof of this is that is what I think Chris mentioned earlier, that in 2022, when the war started in Ukraine, many people believe that Cyprus will be one of the most impacted countries in Europe, almost collapsed, because of the perception that ties between Cyprus and Russia. And still we have 5.6% growth, one of the highest in Europe. And yes, I think the banking sector and the government, we need to work together to actually fight the perception and show what the reality is. And the reality is that it's far away from what many people believe about the country.
Yes, one last question.
First of all,
there is a microphone coming. Sorry.
Yeah, hi. I comment to the gentleman before. I can attest that Cypriot banks are probably exceptionally rigid vis-à-vis KYC, probably to the level of piranha. So it's actually exactly the opposite of what people might think. A question to you, Baniko, is I see a very low loan-to-deposit ratio, which in rising interest environment is probably not very good for profitability. Is that by design, or is it because of lack of projects, corporates that you are willing to lend?
No. Okay, currently, the high liquidity, it's actually very profitable today, because the surplus cash, you can actually deposit with ECB and earn a rate of 3%, 3.25%. I think there is no, at least talking about Bank of Cyprus, for the first quarter where we announced the results, our new lending was actually higher than the 2019 before COVID. So there is appetite. Yes, we see currently a little slowdown in terms of people making investment decisions for new projects, but definitely this is something that is not due because of the banking system. So I think all the banks are very liquid, very well capitalized, and they are willing to invest money. But it has to do also with the size of the economy. You remember in 2012, we were considered highly indebted. We had 72 billion of loans. Today you have 23. So it has been huge deleverage. So we need to find the balance. It will take some years, but we find the balance. But it's very important to have a very liquid banking sector. Very liquid banking sector. 52 billion deposits. So versus 23 billion of loans. So these provide opportunities. for us.
And one last question at the back.
Yeah, I'm Darius Nassimi from Sazani Capital and from UK Central Asia Business Council. I just had a question. What are your thoughts on creating free trade zones in Cyprus and also an international financial centre to provide legal assurance for people to invest?
Okay, I don't think I'm the right person to answer it, but I'm definitely in favor of what you said. I think this probably will be a government initiative, but yes, we believe that the country, based on its location, based on its fundamentals, I think we can definitely be a financial and business hub from the region. So.
Okay, well, thank you very much for that. And our last session before our break is on financing growth in challenging times. So I'd like to ask Ayuna Nechaeva from the London Stock... Oh, you don't want a photo. Sorry. And George Theokaridis from the Cyprus Securities and Exchange Commission. Yeah. Thanks. Hi. That's fine.
Good morning, everyone. And thank you very much for having me here. And it is very fortunate that my presentation is after Mr. Nicolaou, because Bank of Cyprus, as has been mentioned, is listed on the London Stock Exchange. And we're also very proud to have hosted the sustainable government bonds from the government of Cyprus on the London Stock Exchange as well. So this is actually how we interact with Cyprus, is to provide an additional secondary pool of international investment and liquidity for companies and the government of Cyprus. So I have only 3 slides. I will be very brief, just to set the scene for the global performance, equity markets performance. So I sit within the capital markets. I've been with the London Stock Exchange Group for 15 years. And we have seen recently unprecedented turbulence in international markets. First after the pandemic, then the banking volatility globally after the collapse of SVB, Credit Suisse, in the US and in Europe. But interestingly, that we see that since January 2022 and 2020, actually, the European stocks have recovered. So it's overall largely more or less flat performance, actually slightly positive, sort of 3 to 5%, while US markets are still very volatile and actually 10 to 13% down since 2020. So what does it say? It says that while Cyprus is the jewel in terms of market performance overall in Europe, and very similar to the presidential advisor, we're using Europe as Europe and UK, irrespective of the politics and Brexit. Actually, European markets are also slightly outperforming on the global basis. What's really important, and we'll talk about this in the discussion, is the role that capital markets play when times are hard. So when times are good, there's lots of liquidity, lots of money going around, no credit crunch, everything's great. But when the times are hard, it is the way of companies to raise follow-on capital. So actually have this essential access to capital to maintain their strategy, maintain their growth. And what we can see here, the 2 graphs, is the performance of the follow-on markets. So companies tapping their existing investors through the public markets in the aftermath of the 2008 financial crisis and the pandemic. What we're seeing this year, and again the stats here, 128 follow-on offerings by listed companies in London. Nearly $11.5 billion raised by these companies. So these are not IPOs, these are existing companies tapping the market, companies like Bank of Cyprus. And that's a number 1 overall in Europe. So, and this is my final slide. It's really important to say that London as a financial center doesn't seek to replace the local market, because local markets play a very crucial role in supporting local companies creating jobs, developing talent, all of what we're driving the digital transformation, everything that we've been talking about today. But it has a role to play as a secondary home if you want to diversify the investor pool and tap the global financial markets. So in London, what we're doing is we have the Capital Markets Industry Task Force, which is reforming and simplifying the admission rules, regulatory rules, but also ensuring that pension funds, insurance funds actually support growth companies, not just from the UK, but globally. So that's really important. So I'm very happy to have a discussion about this today and also answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
And now George Diakoridis from the Cyprus Securities and Exchange Commission.
Good morning, everyone. Let me first say that I'm delighted to be here today, and thank you to the organizers for inviting me. Before going into the particular topic that I was asked to discuss, the financing growth in challenging times, just let me just take a moment to say a few things about CySEC and the Securities and Exchange Commission. So we are the regulator for the capital markets and securities markets in Cyprus. We are a member of ESMA, which is the European Securities Markets Authority, and we are also a member of IOSCO, which is the World Organization for Regulators for Securities Markets and Capital Markets. Our mandate, like any securities and capital markets regulator, is first to protect the investors, but also to help in order to have a healthy growth of the market in Cyprus and in Europe. Within CySEC, we have more than 800 entities that we regulate. We regulate a number of investment firms, which are governed under the MiFID rules, around 250 investment firms. We have a market for funds, alternative investment funds mainly, but also UCITS funds. More than 300 organizations, either fund managers or different types of funds that are licensed and operating through Cyprus. We have a sector for administrative service providers. We have the capital markets, the Cyprus Stock Exchange, and we also have a small sector, a growing sector, which perhaps can discuss later, about crypto asset service providers. So this is what we regulated Cyprus. Now let me go to the particular topic of which I was asked to discuss, about how do you finance growth in challenging times. So in challenging times, indeed, growth is the antidote to austerity, but growth needs to be financed. And in order for the growth spiral to be triggered and the process of financing for growth to take place, can take place through financial intermediaries. So given the challenges by the traditional, I would say, financial institutions, primarily the banks, we need to ascertain whether other financial intermediaries, and in particular alternative investment funds or UCITS funds, or the investment funds in general, or crowdfunding platforms, have the potential to fulfill this role. So as a regulator, I would like to point out a few things about legislative developments within the European Union regarding regulation of investment funds and regarding the regulation of crowdfunding platforms, and how those developments have been set to create alternative tools for the financing of growth through these structures. Investment funds can be used to support infrastructure projects necessary to stimulate growth, whereas crowdfunding platforms have a role to play in the financing of business startups, new companies, and also of SMEs, small and medium-sized enterprises, which typically lack the asset backing or the predictable revenue returns which are sought by the traditional investment funds. So in Europe, we have a new legislative proposal is the European Long-Term Investment Fund, and these product rules are tailored, as the name suggests, to the financing of long-term projects in relation to real assets. LTIFs are available to retail investors which implies that high investor protection standards are embedded in the LTIFs. And in addition to their role in supporting traditional infrastructure investment, LTIFs are also well suited for the financing of the green transition, the movement to the sustainable economy, and also the digital transition. So LTIF is one legislative and regulatory initiative in Europe to support the growth, especially in relation to real assets. And then obviously, we have the alternative investment funds and the UCITS funds. Just to explain, the alternative investment funds are funds across the European Union which invest in alternative investments. So we have private equity funds, we have real estate funds within the structures of alternative investment funds, and we also have the UCITS funds, which the UCITS funds are investing more in traditional asset classes such as stocks and bonds. Within the new changes in the proposals within the alternative investment funds, there is the proposal for the loan origination of investment funds. So basically, loan originating AIFs, which are taking place under the context of the IFMD review. Loan originating funds allow the loans to be granted to the businesses on an offshore off-bank balance sheet basis, while complying with the IFMD investor protection and systemic risk oversight standards. And loan originating funds are aimed at professional investors and assume investment risk instead of the credit risk which is assumed by bank depositors. Also, another legislative proposal under the IFMD provision is to allow the appointment of the AIF depositary. The depositary is the one who's holding basically the assets of the fund in a member state other than the member state where the fund in question is established. And following the IFMD review, depositaries which primarily provide asset protection can be appointed in established EU fund jurisdictions, while allowing the creation of the fund in a more cost-effective EU jurisdiction. This way, additional EU jurisdictions will enter the map of financial services, which is both a means for financing growth through the investment funds, but also an end by itself as the overall financial services sector will grow. And lastly, just to say something about crowdfunding. The crowdfunding provides, as I said earlier, alternative investment financing opportunities to SMEs and startups, helping thus finance the real economy. The rules on crowdfunding were up until recently fragmented and unharmonized at the EU level, which in effect created challenges for entities seeking finance within the region. The EU regulation on European crowdfunding service providers for business, which entered into effect in 2021, lays down uniform rules across the EU for the provision of investment-based and loan-based crowdfunding services. It also enables EU crowdfunding service providers to offer their services in the EU with a single authorization, whilst abiding by the strict contact and transparency rules of the EU crowdfunding regulation, ensuring investor protection. So crowdfunding now provides access to a larger pool of investors across the European Union through an EU-authorized crowdfunding service provider, enhancing thus opportunities for growth to be financed, whilst investors are protected under strict and proportionate EU rules. And finally, just a comment about the market in Cyprus. The market in Cyprus for funds, which would finance the growth in the economy. Mainly, we have alternative investment funds. So basically, we have 10 billion of assets under management at the moment. Out of those 10 billion of assets, the majority of those assets are in alternative investment funds. So as I said earlier, private equity funds, real estate funds, and so on. And another important point to mention is that 2.5 billion, so 25% of the assets under management, are actually investments in Cyprus, are investments in corporations and in projects in the island. So that's why we believe that the fund sector can be indeed the alternative form of financing for the economy to grow. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We are running up towards a break, but we've got five minutes or so for comments and questions, if anybody wants. Yes, let's have a question in the middle there.
Just a quick question. Does the Cypriot government provide any grants for startups?
Can you answer that question?
I think it's probably the Invest Cyprus to provide that information. I'm not sure about any grants for startups, but what I do know in Cyprus right now is that there is an equity fund that is being established. That equity fund, the purpose of that equity fund, which will be financed partly by the government and partly by the private sector. The purpose of that Cyprus Equity Fund is to finance startups and basically small companies that they need financing to grow, and they cannot get that through other means. This is a project that is undertaken by the Cypriot government. It's the first Cypriot equity fund that is partly financed by the government. But in terms of any other grants provided by the government, I think the responsible person to answer that is probably Invest Cyprus.
You could take it up with Mr. Evgeniu informally. I wanted to ask Ayuna about competition in the stock exchanges. I mean, people have been saying for some time, since the Brexit vote, that London might lose out to Amsterdam, Paris, and so on. But how do you feel about that?
Very similar to comment by the previous speaker around perception and reality. Actually, we're very proud to say that by all metrics, London Stock Exchange remains the #1 exchange in Europe. And that's volume of trading, number of IPOs, capital raised, etc. But what's really challenging is, I guess, the competition globally. So it's competition against the US exchanges, in particular with regard to tech companies. And we will have seen, as you're alluding to, some media coverage around that. And the CMIT work, the Capital Markets Industry Task Force that I've presented earlier, is actually designed to tackle that, to actually make the City of London a more attractive place to list. And some of the structural reforms are being done with the help of the government. So we're seeing already a consultation by the UK regulator FCA regarding upgrading the regulatory rules, but also the commitment of the government to put the policies in place that support more investors, more investment in growth companies, in private companies, to ensure there is that we're supporting UK and European growth companies.
And Mr. Theokaridis, do you see further progress towards capital markets union in the European Union, in the Eurozone?
I do. Certainly there is the effort is there by all the NCAs and by ESMA. A lot of work has been done, is being done under the ESMA leadership. I myself sit at the board of the supervisors of ESMA, and I chair one of the committees of ESMA. So there are still obstacles, but if we look at, for example, the legislation and the regulations on the funds industry, I think it's a regulation that is harmonized across the European Union. We see flows of capital going from one jurisdiction to another, so cross-border flows. If we look at the regulation under the investment firms, the MiFID firms, which again we see, and in Cyprus, as I said at the beginning, we have a large investment firm sector. We have 250 firms basically that are in Cyprus offering investment services, not in Cyprus, but their investment services are offered in other European countries on a cross-border basis.
And we see that happening across the European Union. So yes, I'm optimistic about it. There are still some obstacles. There's still the point of how to better protect investors, because the services, as I said earlier, are not in one jurisdiction, but are offered across multiple jurisdictions. So there needs to be a lot of cooperation among NCAs, basically, in order to better protect the investors.
Time for one more question, if anybody has a question. Yes, okay, one more question from you in the middle.
Sorry, just another quick question. I don't know if it's relevant, but does the Cypriot government make introductions for joint ventures between British and Cypriot companies?
Any particular? Yes, please, yes. You're going to get an answer from the Minister.
Yes, unfortunately. Yes, the previous question on the startups, yes, there is a plan for young entrepreneurship that is supported by the Ministry of Commerce and Industry. So yes, I mean, if you reach out to the website of the ministry, you will see that there is a recent release of the plan with a few million that supports young entrepreneurship. Now, the young doesn't mean that they are not startups, because the young goes up to the age of 50, if that's young. Indeed it is. So yes, you can take that into consideration as an answer, I mean, to the previous question. Now on the second question, which it was around joint ventures.
Joint ventures between UK and Cypriot.
Yes, there is the Chamber of Commerce in Cyprus. They have a Cyprus-British Association that they can be supportive in whatever interest there are by potential investors. They are looking for partnerships or joint ventures that they can support you. So yes, there is an organization which is under the Chamber of Commerce called Association of Cyprus-British Business Association, and they can be very helpful. Also, a direct contact with our ministry, we can help on that as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. And thank you to our two panelists. And we now have a break for 30 minutes.
Dear friends, let me start by congratulating the organizers for today's summit, bringing together esteemed guests. While circumstances have unfortunately prevented me from attending, I'm very pleased to be joining virtually to share my thoughts and vision for the new chapter ahead for Cyprus. Today, I'm addressing the Investment Summit in London for the first time after assuming the presidency of the country. I carry the vote of trust and confidence of the people of Cyprus with a great sense of commitment and responsibility. My vision for Cyprus is to become a model for attracting investment and fostering entrepreneurship, a country that implements bold reforms and becomes more competitive, that fully reaps the benefits of technology and innovation and sets the bar high for a swift green and digital transition, a country that is well equipped to respond to future geopolitical, economic, and other challenges swiftly and efficiently. Dear friends, our government took office on the 1st of March in turbulent times, with a war taking place on European soil, with multiple challenges that require attention and action. Energy and food security, climate change, immigration, and aging population are but a few of the areas that require our immediate attention. Additionally, inflationary pressures undermine purchasing power, disrupt economic activity and investment, and hinder economic growth. In recent years, the Cyprus economy has proven its remarkable resilience. Consecutive budget surpluses created sufficient fiscal space to be able to support demand and employment during the COVID pandemic. As a result, the economy bounced back swiftly following the end of the lockdowns. Today, despite the challenges as a result of the illegal invasion of Russia in Ukraine affecting the global economy, Cyprus continued to demonstrate above EU average growth rates. Yet, we remain vigilant. To ensure that Cyprus is well equipped to face all the challenges, we have developed a comprehensive and ambitious government program which is already on implementation track. Our aim is to strengthen the competitiveness and extroversion of the Cypriot economy on the basis of a new and modern growth model. We remain fully committed to fiscal discipline within the framework of our European obligations. We recognize the significance of upholding to sound financial practices and the continuous pursuit and implementation of structural reforms. At the same time, we attach great importance on fostering a healthy and stable banking system and financial sector, since we believe that a robust financial system is essential for economic stability and growth. Dear friends, regarding the recent secondary sanctions by the US and the UK, our government is determined to fully investigate these cases and take all measures necessary. In this respect, we have cooperated fully since day one with the US and UK authorities. At the same time, our government is progressing with the establishment of a fully fledged national sanctions implementation unit with technical support by the UK government with a twofold aim. On the one hand, to act proactively when relevant information is provided by foreign competent authorities, and on the other hand, to ensure that sanctions imposed are implemented correctly. It is worth noting that in recent years, Cyprus has taken significant steps to enhance its anti-money laundering and terrorist financing regulations and strengthen its supervisory framework. The government has, for example, introduced new legislation and regulations, transposed relevant EU directives into national law, increased significantly the number of anti-money laundering and terrorist financing supervisors and on-site inspections, and invested in training and capacity building. At the same time, the Central Bank of Cyprus has been actively working to reduce the number of non-resident deposits in Cypriot banks, particularly those from high-risk jurisdictions. This has included tightening the eligibility criteria for depositors, conducting more thorough due diligence checks, and reducing the maximum amount of cash that can be deposited. Dear friends, moving on to our reform agenda, which forms the backbone of our policy, this includes a comprehensive tax reform, as well as the implementation of the public service, justice, and local government reforms, which directly affect the daily operation of businesses. At the same time, we fully endorse digital and green investments and research and innovation, leveraging European funding opportunities. My special advisor on economic matters, Dr. Chris Patsalidis, will elaborate further on these issues. Ladies and gentlemen, in the face of rapid global changes and evolving dynamics, I firmly believe that Cyprus has the potential to rise above challenges by transforming them into opportunities and as vehicles of progress. On the basis of our 5-year government program, the unequivocal commitment of the government is to create the conditions for a thriving, sustainable economy by continuing on the path of prudent fiscal policy, to promote bold reforms, and to maintain the stability and credibility of the banking and financial system. This is reinforced by a multifaceted foreign policy which focuses on enhancing international partnerships and bolstering the geostrategic role of Cyprus. We believe that this polythematic foreign policy can also facilitate our efforts to reunify the Republic of Cyprus through a comprehensive settlement fully in line with international and European Union law in a viable, functional, modern European state that will also be a driver for economic growth and prosperity. We will continue working tirelessly with a vision for an economy that unlocks the potential of foreign businesses and investment driving economic growth and creating mutually beneficial partnership with international stakeholders. Thank you very much for your attention.
ExxonMobil is working to deliver reliable and affordable energy and products, while helping to advance climate solutions that improve quality of life and meet society's evolving needs. We're focused on growing shareholder value safely and in support of a lower emissions future. Creating value through our technology, scale, integration, functional excellence, and people. New energy resource discoveries and innovative solutions built on fundamental science and scalable technologies, and a plan to play a leading role in the energy transition. ExxonMobil has the competitive advantages to play a leading role in a lower emissions future. That is why at ExxonMobil, we're creating solutions that improve quality of life and meet society's evolving needs.
Whoever said don't question things? What if we questioned everything? What if you were able to move at the speed of trust? And what if we could reframe the future together? If your bold vision could be transformed into a sustainable reality? Or if you could envision solutions before problems arise? What if the experience of change unlocked the extraordinary? Or if you could measure the things that matter most? What if today's leaders could realize tomorrow's opportunities? And if the path ahead is uncertain, do you stand still or leap forward? What if your ambition could take you places others only dream of? Realize your transformation with connected strategy, transactions, and technology. Reframe your future with EY Cyprus.
What is return on investment? It's the benefit to the investor resulting from an investment. It's how much you get for how much you give. So, how much do you get when you invest in Cyprus? You get a high-potential, dynamically growing economy. You get a modern and attractive tax and legal system. You get high-quality professional services, highly qualified and multilingual personnel. You get location, location, location. But you also get a lot more. A kind of return on your investment that's harder to find in other destinations you might be considering. You get a safe place to relocate yourself, your employees, your business. The crime rate in Cyprus is one of the lowest in the world. A sunny place. Cyprus's Mediterranean climate means you can enjoy almost 300 days of sunshine per year. A diverse place. You can enjoy the beauty of the beach and the serenity of the mountains with just a 30-minute drive. A cultured place. You can enjoy 12,000 years of history through museums, archaeological sites, and religious sites. You can enjoy classical and modern art performances, sports of all sorts, an active lifestyle, and so much more. There is never a dull moment, unless, of course, you simply want to tone it down and relax, which you can also do in a variety of resorts, nature excursions, or small picturesque villages. You get a country that's great for kids and families. There are more than 90 high-level international schools, a plethora of parks, playgrounds, and year-round family events. Perhaps you thought you couldn't have the best of both worlds. In Cyprus, you can. A country that's exceptional for business and ideal for living. A country where your real return on investment lies not only in numbers, but also in the quality of life that you, your family, and business associates will enjoy. Your investment will yield long-term business returns and unique personal rewards. It's time to redefine your return on investment. It's time to invest in Cyprus.
ExxonMobil is working to deliver reliable and affordable energy and products, while helping to advance climate solutions that improve quality of life and meet society's evolving needs. We're focused on growing shareholder value safely and in support of a lower emissions future. Creating value through our technology, scale, integration, functional excellence, and people. New energy resource discoveries and innovative solutions built on fundamental science and scalable technologies, and a plan to play a leading role in the energy transition. ExxonMobil has the competitive advantages to play a leading role in a lower emissions future. That is why at ExxonMobil, we're creating solutions that improve quality of life and meet society's evolving needs.
Whoever said don't question things? What if we questioned everything? What if you were able to move at the speed of trust? And what if we could reframe the future together? If your bold vision could be transformed into a sustainable reality? Or if you could envision solutions before problems arise? What if the experience of change unlocked the extraordinary? Or if you could measure the things that matter most? What if today's leaders could realize tomorrow's opportunities? And if the path ahead is uncertain, do you stand still or leap forward? What if your ambition could take you places others only dream of? Realize your transformation with connected strategy, transactions, and technology. Reframe your future with EY Cyprus.
What is return on investment? It's the benefit to the investor resulting from an investment. It's how much you get for how much you give. So, how much do you get when you invest in Cyprus? You get a high-potential, dynamically growing economy. You get a modern and attractive tax and legal system. You get high-quality professional services, highly qualified and multilingual personnel. You get location, location, location. But you also get a lot more. A kind of return on your investment that's harder to find in other destinations you might be considering. You get a safe place to relocate yourself, your employees, your business. The crime rate in Cyprus is one of the lowest in the world. A sunny place. Cyprus's Mediterranean climate means you can enjoy almost 300 days of sunshine per year. A diverse place. You can enjoy the beauty of the beach and the serenity of the mountains with just a 30-minute drive. Cultured place. You can enjoy 12,000 years of history through museums, archaeological sites, and religious sites. You can enjoy classical and modern art performances, sports of all sorts, an active lifestyle, and so much more. There is never a dull moment, unless, of course, you simply want to tone it down and relax, which you can also do in a variety of resorts, nature excursions, or small picturesque villages. You get a country that's great for kids and families. There are more than 90 high-level international schools, a plethora of parks, playgrounds, and year-round family events. Perhaps you thought you couldn't have the best of both worlds. In Cyprus, you can. A country that's exceptional for business and ideal for living. A country where your real return on investment lies not only in numbers, but also in the quality of life that you, your family, and business associates will enjoy. Your investment will yield long-term business returns and unique personal rewards. It's time to redefine your return on investment. It's time to invest in Cyprus.
ExxonMobil is working to deliver reliable and affordable energy and products, while helping to advance climate solutions that improve quality of life and meet society's evolving needs. We're focused on growing shareholder value safely and in support of a lower emissions future. Creating value through our technology, scale, integration, functional excellence, and people. New energy resource discoveries and innovative solutions built on fundamental science and scalable technologies, and a plan to play a leading role in the energy transition. ExxonMobil has the competitive advantages to play a leading role in a lower emissions future. That is why at ExxonMobil, we're creating solutions that improve quality of life and meet society's evolving needs.
Whoever said don't question things? What if we questioned everything? What if you were able to move at the speed of trust? And what if we could reframe the future together? If your bold vision could be transformed into a sustainable reality? Or if you could envision solutions before problems arise? What if the experience of change unlocked the extraordinary? Or if you could measure the things that matter most? What if today's leaders could realize tomorrow's opportunities? And if the path ahead is uncertain, do you stand still or leap forward? What if your ambition could take you places others only dream of? Realize your transformation with connected strategy, transactions, and technology. Reframe your future with EY Cyprus.
What is return on investment? It's the benefit to the investor resulting from an investment. It's how much you get for how much you give. So, how much do you get when you invest in Cyprus? You get a high-potential, dynamically growing economy. You get a modern and attractive tax and legal system. You get high-quality professional services, highly qualified and multilingual personnel. You get location, location, location. But you also get a lot more. A kind of return on your investment that's harder to find in other destinations you might be considering. You get a safe place to relocate yourself, your employees, your business. The crime rate in Cyprus is one of the lowest in the world. A sunny place. Cyprus's Mediterranean climate means you can enjoy almost 300 days of sunshine per year. A diverse place. You can enjoy the beauty of the beach and the serenity of the mountains with just a 30-minute drive. Cultured place. You can enjoy 12,000 years of history through museums, archaeological sites, and religious sites. You can enjoy classical and modern art performances, sports of all sorts, an active lifestyle, and so much more. There is never a dull moment, unless, of course, You simply want to tone it down and relax, which you can also do in a variety of resorts, nature excursions or small picturesque villages. You get a country that's great for kids and families. There are more than 90 high-level international schools, a plethora of parks, playgrounds and year-round family events. Perhaps you thought you couldn't have the best of both worlds. In Cyprus, you can. A country that's exceptional for business and ideal for living. A country where your real return on investment lies not only in numbers, but also in the quality of life that you, your family, and business associates will enjoy. Your investment will yield long-term business returns and unique personal rewards. It's time to redefine your return on investment. It's time to invest in Cyprus.
ExxonMobil is working to deliver reliable and affordable energy and products, while helping to advance climate solutions that improve quality of life and meet society's evolving needs. We're focused on growing shareholder value safely and in support of a lower emissions future. Creating value through our technology, scale, integration, functional excellence, and people. New energy resource discoveries and innovative solutions built on fundamental science and scalable technologies, and a plan to play a leading role in the energy transition.
Claria, yes? Okay, I think we're resuming our discussion now. And we're moving to a panel, the momentum for investment in Cyprus, what are the new incentives? And Stelios Dimitriou will comment on that. But before he does, we're going to connect with Alex Fotakidis, partner of CVC Capital, who I think is in Dubai, if the connection works. Please, Mr. Fotakidis, you have the floor, we hope.
Hi, good morning. From Athens, actually, not Dubai.
Athens, sorry.
Almost as hot. So, good morning, everyone. I'm Alex Fotakidis. I'm a partner and head of CVC Greece. I've been with CVC for just under 18 years. For those of you who don't know CVC, we're a global private equity and investment firm. We have around 130 billion euros of asset under management, 25 offices around the world, one of them here in Athens, Greece, strong European heritage as an investor, but now with a global network. And on behalf of CVC, I've been looking at Greece and Cyprus since 2016-17. We started investing in the region back then. And as of 2018, we've been visiting Cyprus and looking at investment opportunities. Today, we have a portfolio of 5 businesses where we've invested around €1.5 billion of equity. And that's across healthcare, e-commerce, food and beverage, insurance, and energy transition. And in the case of the first 4, that includes investments in Cyprus. So in healthcare, we own private hospitals and diagnostics in Cyprus. Our e-commerce business, Scrooge, is expanding in Cyprus. In the food and beverage space, we have operations in Cyprus. Dodoni, one of the leading halloumi producers, and obviously one of the leading export products out of Cyprus. And in the insurance space, Ethnic Insurance is part of our insurance group, and one of the leading life and non-life insurance players in Cyprus. So we've been quite active in the last 3 or 4 years, investing in Greece and Cyprus. And you may want to ask why that is. There's a few reasons. I think what we've always liked about Cyprus, when you look at the macro, we see a healthy economy. We look at the GDP progression, when we look at consumption, supported by, I would say, a legal and tax structure that is clear. I think politically, especially after the recent elections, we have clarity and stability in that respect. And although it is a small economy, we do see it as a growing part of the European Union. And for us, investing from Greece, it's an important market, and probably the most important market outside of Greece in that respect. And I think that when we think about the European Union and we think about where Cyprus is located, and Cyprus also being part of the Eurozone, I think it is strategically located in a very interesting position and can play a leading role regionally, whether you look at north, south, west, east. And for us, that's quite important. And as we think about expanding our investments in Cyprus and expanding in other sectors outside of the 4 that we've already invested in, for example, energy transition, which is one of the sectors we've invested in Greece. We haven't yet invested in Cyprus, but that's an area of focus for us. And I think that underpinning all of this, what we've always liked since we've been engaged and been active in Cyprus is the human capital that the country has. And I think it helps that we have a lot of people from Cyprus who are educated and have worked abroad and have come back. But I think the quality of the human capital is excellent, and it's enabled us to make investments, to build teams there. And I do think it's also going to be an area in the services space in particular, where I think Cyprus has one of the leading positions from a European perspective. So overall, I think we're excited about the prospects of the country when we look at the macro, when we look at the political, and some of the micro trends as well. And we will continue investing in Cyprus, both through our portfolio companies in Greece, but also directly.
Well, thank you very much for those positive remarks. And now, Stelios Dimitriou from EY Cyprus. Which sectors should the new Cypriot government prioritise?
John, thank you for having me today on this panel. And for those who don't know me, I'm Stelios Dimitriou. I'm a partner at EY in Cyprus and heading the strategy and transactions. I'd like to start by saying that Cyprus witnessed an increased activity of foreign direct investments the last few years, especially after the pandemic. And the reasons for that is not only the abundance of dry powder that exists with private equity investors, strategic investors, and family offices, but also it is a result of the upgrade of the status of Cyprus as a country and the upgrade its credibility as an investment destination. And we have seen that in the presentation, the speeches of Mr. Patsalidis, Vienios, and Panicos Nicolaou. In EY, we do carry out a number of country attractiveness surveys in a big number of countries around the globe, and Cyprus is one of them. The objective of this country attractiveness is, first of all, to measure the investors' sentiment around the country, their appetite for investments, and which sectors they would be interested in. But at the same time, we do help corporates in making better decisions around investments, and of course governments in removing barriers for foreign direct investment and facilitate growth. So the last survey, country attractiveness survey for Cyprus, we did carry it out in 2022. You can see it on this slide. Actually, the results are less than 12 months old. The results came out in July 2022. And overall, today we'll see a high-level summary. The actual survey is more than 80 pages long. Shows very positive results from investors, coming all the way from investors around the attractiveness of Cyprus, especially if you take into consideration that this survey happened during immediately after the war in Ukraine, and when interest rates around the globe started to be hiking. So we asked the international investors in which degree they think Cyprus will evolve over the next 3 years. And we have positive results. 53%, they said that it will improve. Actually, 16% said that it will significantly improve, and 37% will slightly improve. We did ask investors which are the main business sectors will drive Cyprus growth in the coming years. So we have two traditional sectors, which is the financial services and real estate and hospitality, but also three upcoming promising sectors, which is energy, healthcare, and ICT. Of course, we have heard from Envienios and Chris that all these are priorities for the new government. And another question was around what are the current strengths of Cyprus, the Cyprus economy, and which areas Cyprus could potentially improve. So the current strengths in the eyes and the view of investors, international investors, are the telecommunication, digital infrastructure of the country, the quality of life, which keeps coming up, in all discussions, the tax regime, the current favorable tax regime, and the availability of financing. And the areas that investors see Cyprus to a need to improve is the elimination of bureaucracy, the upskilling and reskilling of local workforce. So, following from the results of the Cyprus Attractiveness Survey, we'll take a short dive in the key sectors that they feature high on the priority list of foreign investors. And on the left, like I mentioned before, we have the two traditional sectors, which is financial services and real estate and hospitality. We have heard both Mr. Patsalidis and Panicos Nicolaou mentioning that the financial services sector went through a transformation. The financial services sector includes not only the banking, but also the insurance and funds industry. The banking sector is now profitable, well capitalized, with ample liquidity. And in this, it helped the investments that international investors and asset managers like PIMCO, Apollo, Cerberus, and Bain Capital, they did in buying non-performing loans out of the balance sheets of the banks, helping in the deleveraging of the banking system. Now, real estate and hospitality has traditionally been one of the strong pillars of the Cyprus economy. And following the slowdown and the setback that we had in the tourism industry during COVID years, the tourism industry in Cyprus has come back stronger, much stronger. And this year, the expectation is that tourist arrivals in the country will surpass 2019, which was a record year. Real estate sector, you can see that the real estate and hospitality sector contribute around 19% to the economy of Cyprus. A similar scenario applies for the real estate sector, which sees a remarkable resilience despite the increased interest rates and the overall economic uncertainty that exists not only in Cyprus but around Europe. The number of transactions and prices are keeping quite at high levels in the real estate sector. Now, moving to the upcoming sectors, the more promising sectors, and those are the ones that they feature in our EY attractiveness survey. We have experienced a steady increase in the number of leading IT companies setting up a base, bringing people to Cyprus, bringing part of their operation to Cyprus, and setting up regional headquarters. You can see a couple of names that they did that in Cyprus already. We do expect that this trend will continue in the coming years, especially if we take into account the efforts of the Cyprus government to create the right circumstances and the platform for the country to become a regional technology hub. Moving to the higher education sector, and I think Evgenios before mentioned, after a question he received about the importance of this upcoming sector, which is the higher education sector. We have, at the moment, in Cyprus, 55,000 students among both the government and private universities. We have seen investment coming from foreign players in the higher education sector. And the reasons are many, but what helps a lot is the ranking of the Cyprus universities, which started to be featuring quite high in the global university rankings. Moving to the healthcare sector, I think the transformation that the healthcare sector went through back in 2019 with the introduction of the general health system helped a lot for investments to happen in the sector and in hospitals. We have heard before Alex Fotagidis speaking about CVC investments in Cyprus. CVC Capital bought 2 private hospitals on the island. The general health system at the moment, what is unique, and I don't know if it's only in Cyprus, it covers 100% of the eligible legal residents, 100% of the legal residents that they live on the island, which is something very important. So the expectation is that more investments will happen in the healthcare sector. And last, I think, but not least, is the energy sector. So I will not speak about the oil and gas because the Honourable Minister with ExxonMobil will cover that, I believe, immediately in the next session. But renewables is attracting a lot of interest. Renewables development and renewables investment are very hot at the moment in Cyprus. I think it's a no-brainer. What are the reasons? The reasons are, of course, the high electricity prices. Second, the overall energy transition that is happening not only in Cyprus, but is a big theme in Europe and in the European Commission. Cyprus is an isolated electricity grid. We don't have any interconnection with neighboring countries. And of course, the weather conditions. The weather conditions favor the development of renewable projects, especially solar. If I'm not mistaken, we have one of the highest irradiation in Cyprus among countries in the world. So, John, that as a quick update on what are the potentially key sectors and a priority, not only for the Cyprus government, but at the same time for foreign investors that are looking to invest into Cyprus.
Thank you for that overview. I don't know, Alex, do you want to add anything, having just listened to Stelios's comments? I mean, you identified health, e-commerce, food and beverage, and insurance. You're not, and you're thinking of energy, is that right?
That's right. So all I would add is I would agree with the points, and in particular healthcare, the transformation that the government drove in 2019, I think was really, really helpful in terms of opening up the market and attracting foreign investment. And that's why you are seeing, apart from our investments in the private healthcare space, there are others, including greenfields. And it's actually a model, I would say, that other governments are now looking at as a way forward in terms of how you can have, it's also a good way to have PPPs, public-private partnerships. So really forward-thinking work there, and it's one of the reasons we wanted to invest. And I think, again, going to energy transition at the end, and that's why I brought it up, because we do, we as investors want to support the energy transition that's taking place in Europe, and I think Cyprus is going through that as well, and in particular, the attractiveness of solar and wind projects in Cyprus. It's something we're looking at, and we're not the only ones.
That's very helpful. I mean, it struck me looking at your numbers that I think you have 1.9% for energy as a share of the economy. That's likely to rise, I would guess. And we are obviously talking about energy in the next two panels, but the traditional sectors, real estate and financial services, maybe they will be shrinking, if anything.
I believe they will still keep to be important in the Cyprus economy and the Cyprus economic growth. There are sectors that they are there for many years, and they have been driven, all the economic activity, the majority of the economic activity, and where we are at the moment. But definitely, and I agree with you, their contribution to the overall GDP will reduce when you compare it with the upcoming sectors that we have seen before.
And would you say it's another theme we've had in this conference? I mean, it's obviously services. Services is the future for everybody, actually, but Cyprus particularly. I mean, I think one of the numbers we had earlier was 83% of the economy is services, which is pretty big. But services does depend quite heavily on the right kind of skilled workforce. And again, I think Alex said, he was rather praising the workforce in Cyprus. But some of the discussion we've had earlier suggests more work needs to be done to improve the skills of the workforce. And of course, I guess the use of English is quite widespread in Cyprus, which may help.
That's very correct. And you are right, John. And I think we have seen it in one of the questions that we had extended to international investors. What are the areas that Cyprus should develop and progress? The upskilling and reskilling of the workforce was one of the key areas that were identified by international investors that Cyprus needs to improve on. I think this takes some time. It takes some time because you are converting from an economy that was based on traditional sectors to a more service-oriented, technology-driven economy. So the reskilling, upskilling takes some time. And of course, you need the universities, they need the right time to introduce new programs, education programs within their overall portfolio of programs. So yes, it takes some time. But I said it's a need that was very well identified, and I think the government has it in mind, and we have, heard that from Mr. Patsalidis that yes, it is in the priorities of the government to help in the upskilling and reskilling of the workforce.
And I'm looking also to see what questions from the audience, but one other question I'd like to ask you. You did mention briefly tourism, and tourism clearly has recovered a lot since the pandemic. Do you think the infrastructure is good enough for the tourism? I mean, tourism is a very competitive business these days. Turkey's exchange rate has gone down so much that Turkey has become a cheap destination. So tourism you need to do a lot of work to develop the tourism industry. Do you think it would help to have a Cypriot airline as well?
Definitely it would help a Cypriot airline, and overall a better connectivity of Cyprus with key destinations in Europe and not only. That would definitely help. And I truly believe that it is, and it should be, but I think it is one of the items in the agenda of the new government to see how it could improve the connectivity of Cyprus as a destination, not only for tourist reasons, but for business reasons as well.
Any comments or questions from the audience to either of us? Yes, over there, our friend from the Global South.
Thank you. We have many questions in the Global South. So I saw your presentation, from EY, quite attractive to invest in Cyprus, indeed. But I would like to go macro here, because today with the globalized world, macro is very, very important in any investment. So we have now the main driver of the European economy in recession, Germany. So, and then I didn't hear you mentioning, we know that Cyprus is perfectly aligned with the European Union policies and all those things. So are you not concerned that with the major economy in Europe now in recession, that may have some trickle effect, even in Cyprus? So I would like to know your take on that, because Germany being in recession now as a result of multiple factors, including the fact that they don't have access to cheap energy anymore as a result of the 2 Nord Stream pipeline blown up. So, and Germany is all about industrialization, production, and Cyprus being a service economy, before you can provide any services, you need to have like a industrial production, something to sell. So now Germany being in deep, very, very complex situation, don't you think that's going to affect not only the European countries, but also Cyprus? Thank you.
Cyprus is a European country, so inevitably, yes. If you consider that the whole Europe will be affected, like you said, by Germany slowdown, Cyprus will be in a way affected. Of course, it will be affected. But Cyprus is a smaller economy. This gives the ability for Cyprus to be more agile. And let's not forget that, and we have seen it on this one of the slides, tourism is an important sector for the Cyprus economy. And following on what John asked me before about whether the traditional sectors will be less important, it will not be less important. It will be as important as the new sector. So tourism will help Cyprus, like it actually helping Greece, to weather the slowdown in economic activity. Because what we have learned from the pandemic, one of the things that we have learned from the pandemic is that people will not stop traveling, will not stop going on vacation. On the contrary, vacation has possibly moved up to higher up to the preference list of people. They are ready to sacrifice other things, but instead of missing on a vacation. So we expect a big number of tourists coming to Cyprus, and that, of course, will help to weather this slowdown in economic activity that we are seeing in Europe.
Alex, do you want to add anything? Well, let me add a supplementary question to the one that was asked about Germany and the Eurozone. I mean, Greece is doing pretty well as well, compared certainly with its situation 10 years ago. I mean, many of us who commentate on these issues have identified Greece as a problem country for many years, but the economy actually is doing almost as well as Cyprus is. Do they complement each other, Greece and Cyprus, or are they competitors?
More complementary than competitors, I would say. Different cycles, but I think a couple of points. I think one is we may have a recession in the next 12 months, but I don't think certainly we're long-term investors and we like to think through our projects in 5 to 7 year horizons, and we'll run sensitivities around GDP growth or if there's going to be a modest decline. But ultimately, I think it's important to see the direction of travel here, and we might have some bumps along the way because of a weaker European economy. We might have less inflows for that reason. But it's not. The way I would think about it is if you look at the direction of travel for both Greece and Cyprus, the next 5 years, with all the changes that have been made coming out of the crisis, I think that direction of travel is positive. And I think one thing that we've learned is also to diversify. Cyprus does have production. Cyprus produces, there's some strong pharmaceutical companies in Cyprus that export. I talked about the food and beverages, about, I think, 650 million is the value of halloumi, which is a PDO product that can only be produced in Cyprus, that's exported. And I think it's nice that they have the services. And then tourism, what I would say actually, Cyprus has not really focused on that the way Greece did. And actually, what they've done in the last 12 months, and in particular, having met the Minister of Tourism, I was incredibly impressed. And if Cyprus starts to follow the way Greece has, I think that's probably going to surprise on the upside. And it's not about volume. We're not interested in competing against Turkey. I think what you want to provide is higher end, more sustainable tourism, and that is much better suited to what we're now doing in Greece and now what's happening in Cyprus. And don't forget, there's not only people from Europe that are visiting Cyprus. There's people from the Middle East. It's a short flight from anywhere in the Middle East, pretty much. It's also, you're seeing a lot of visitors from Israel. And so it's not that we're completely reliant on the German and French tourists. Say. I think the final point I would like to add, sort of touched on earlier, it's partly linked. When you look at also in tourism, I think probably the highest number is from Britain. And I do think following Brexit, given the historical ties and the fact that the language and other reasons, I do think there is probably a strong advantage there as well for Cyprus to continue those strong relationships with Great Britain. I do think that one way of creating value will be through those relationships. As we know, the UK has a base in Cyprus. There's a lot of links, and actually Brexit, I think, will be a net positive for Cyprus in that relationship.
That's interesting too. Yes, please.
If I can make a comment mainly with respect to the German comparison, and there's no doubt that if Germany were to face a recession, I mean, the whole of Europe will be affected as it is with the US. But Greece, because you mentioned Greece as well, and Cyprus, but especially Greece, they start from a much lower base than Germany that has had exponential growth the last decade when Greece was going through a huge reform and a complete rebase of its values and costs. So I'll just give an example from real estate being a sector I'm personally involved. Property yields in Greece are 7%. With interest rates going up, you can finance at 4 or 5% interest rate. You still have a positive carry. In Germany, values went down to 2%. So with interest rate going to 4 or 5, you have a negative carry. So I think people underestimate the fact that both Greece and Cyprus start from a much lower base than where Germany is. So therefore, the effects of a recession will be much more profound in an economy that has been experiencing such growth over the last few years.
Yeah. Time for one more question before we move to the next session, if there is one. Otherwise, I'd be happy to say thank you very much. Thanks very much to both our speakers. Thank you. And we move now, we've started to discuss energy quite a lot already, but we move now to two panels on the energy landscape. So I'd like to invite the Minister and Mr. John Ardell to join me on the platform.
Thank you.
And we'll start with Minister George Papanastasiou,
yes.
Minister of Energy, Commerce and Industry in Cyprus, who has already contributed 2 or 3 times to this discussion.
Yes. Thank you very much, John. It's 2 happy faces, so we hope that they will remain happy until the end of this conversation. I would suggest that instead of me reading my speech and going through my speech, I suggest that we have an interactive session, if I may, John, and through the conversation, I would like to receive some questions, and please stop me if something doesn't make sense or if something needs to be corrected, based on the logic that we will be providing. I would like to thank John Ardell for joining me on this panel. Certainly, John is an important part of what we will show later on, and I will leave it to that John to explain why he is important.
Please, do you want to explain?
Before we go to this map, I would like to say a few words around energy in Cyprus. Electricity in Cyprus is very expensive. I can tell you that the number currently is 35 euro cents per kilowatt hour. This is what the consumer is paying at the moment. This is not sustainable. It cannot provide any solutions to the economy, and certainly the economy is suffering because of this single source of energy that is very expensive. So any economy that doesn't have cheap energy to support it, the economy, it will be only short term and opportunistic. We as a government, we want to have a longer term. We want an economy that it is sustainable. Therefore, we need to start creating those, let's say, that platform that provides the support of a sustainable economy. Now, the destination is not exactly what you see there. The destination is green. That is what we have agreed with the European Union. We will promote green energy, coming from renewables. Certainly, this is what we are doing. The grid is suffering. It cannot, let's say, provide any support to what is being produced from renewables. So going forward, certain investments, they have to be made, and this is why we are talking in this this event, is we need to create storage, for that power generation coming from renewables. If I may explain what is the grid like, it's an old grid, electricity grid I'm talking in Cyprus now. On one side, we have the conventional generation, power generation. On the other side, we have the consumers. And suddenly, we decided that we are going to put renewables sitting all over the place in the grid. This is not the right way forward unless you first prepare the grid to accommodate that, let's say, power generation sitting everywhere on the grid, in the grid. So one potential investment is storage. And the storage can be chemical storage, for example, batteries. It can be any other form of storage, which can be from renewables, green hydrogen. It can be even blue hydrogen if it's coming from natural gas. Now, coming to gas. The natural gas which sits in the neighborhood is, of course, a product which is transitional. In order to have renewables and reaching the destination, you need to go via the transition, and this transition is provided by this fuel which is called natural gas. We are in a process of reducing our emissions in power generation. Certainly this product reduces our emissions. The footprint of emissions in Cyprus is on the very high side versus equivalent countries in the European Union. This is not, again, sustainable. Just to give you the magnitude of what is the cost of emissions in Cyprus to the consumer, this year may reach 300 million. 300 million for a population of less than 1 million. So you understand that unless we do something to reduce that footprint, and this is not coming only from power generation, it's coming also from transport and other sources of that contribute to the emissions. But power generation is one of the contributors on the high side of emissions. So moving to natural gas, what is happening in the neighborhood is what you see on this map. The country, you recognize Cyprus, I guess. So it has an exclusive economic zone. We have neighboring countries, which is starting from the east is Israel, and we have on the south Egypt. And of course, we have Turkey in the north. I will touch on Turkey in order to answer some of the statements of Lord Hani. But I will leave that last, and if we have the time. The infrastructure, you can see it. I mean, the countries that they have infrastructure for moving natural gas is Egypt and Israel. But you see that Egypt is by far more progressed. It's a lot of infrastructure, connecting a lot of discoveries. Certain of this infrastructure, they have names. You can see it's the TEMSA, which is an infrastructure, it's a system of infrastructure that moves gas from the discoveries into Egypt, and the same for WDDM, which is again a system of infrastructure which is subsea that gets the product from the discoveries into the country. The country in Egypt, they have 2 liquefaction plants, which is Damietta and Idku. There you can liquefy the gas and reach the markets that they are after LNG, liquefied natural gas. If we go to Israel, you can see that there are some good discoveries, Leviathan, Tamar, Karish. It's a country that entered the industry of natural gas later on. Egypt, it was by far earlier. That's why you see all this development of infrastructure. However, in terms of quantities, Israel, as we speak, have more quantities than Egypt. So you understand that the development of infrastructure in the East Med is very important for the way forward. Cyprus has no infrastructure. We have a few discoveries, and you can see which are the names of the multinationals that they are, let's say, in the exploration in the exclusive economic zone of Cyprus. And all of them are known names. However, without infrastructure, you cannot move any of these discoveries anywhere. I mean, you cannot get them into commercialization. You cannot develop unless you have the infrastructure and you get to a destination that will either liquefy the gas in order to reach the markets of Europe, that they are too thirsty, as you know, because of the Russian invasion into Ukraine, because of the energy crisis. So you understand that if Cyprus has an aspiration to move in becoming a place of a contributor for Europe or other markets, either with liquefied gas or with gas in gaseous form, we need infrastructure that is not there. So we will be considering going forward in investing in infrastructure or supporting investors in order to get into investments that they will connect some of these discoveries or connect the grids of Egypt and or Israel with Cyprus and potentially reaching the markets via Cyprus. Now, for the question if Cyprus will ever become a hub, I will be realistic. A hub is not a place where the discoveries sit. A hub for me is a place where the infrastructure is. So you understand that we are lacking a little bit. So to be realistic, Cyprus will not become a hub, but it can become a contributor towards what Europe is interested for. And this is the product which is called natural gas. Now, having said all this, John, you will explain, I think, how the reputable ExxonMobil will assist to meet these aspirations of Cyprus. And I will be on the panel, whatever other questions you may have, unless you have any questions, immediate ones, just raise your hand now, or you will have to be silent until the end. Thank you.
Let's go with John, who's got to tell us how important he is, apparently.
Okay, now that the high expectations have been set, let's see how we do. So, to begin expectations, I won't have any slides, so I'm going to capitalize and use the map that the Honourable Minister shared. Hopefully, within the few minutes I'll spend up here, you'll have an insight into what we're thinking about, what I'm thinking about. The company I represent, ExxonMobil, it's a small Texas oil and gas company, and with a lot of capabilities in some of the key dimensions in the energy industry, and a very long history of doing that. So I'll share some of those elements that are important for Cyprus. So the topic today is an update on the energy landscape. What I'd tell you is that the energy landscape is continuously evolving. I've worked for 30 years in ExxonMobil and the upstream business and all aspects of it all around the world, and it's continually evolving. And so it's incredibly important to understand the situation and then look at the options and create those options for the future. And they're driven by technology and partnership. And so we'll talk about the impacts of that. We'll touch on 3 areas today. The first will be global energy transition. It's a very hot topic. It's been the narrative for the last 5 years or so. In the last couple of years, energy security has shared that space, and there's incredible interplay between those two. So we'll talk a little bit about that. The second topic is solving the world's energy solutions is not done at a global scale, it's done at a regional and country scale. So we'll move in a level and we'll look at the Eastern Mediterranean and what the situation is there today. We had a great introduction this morning on the geopolitics. This is not the only place in the world that we work with geopolitical complexity. It's more common than not to have those additional complexities. The economic situation, we touched on that. We had a great conversation. And then the sort of financial and foreign direct investment situation. I'll spend most of my time as a geologist talking a little bit about the investment space, the technical aspects of what we're talking about doing in the region. And that's really along the topic of implementing that natural gas solution and how we can use that as a stepping stone to decarbonize the energy sector there. And there's a lot of very important steps we need to be thinking about. Third and final thing I'm going to talk about, which is I'm going to keep my favorite subject to the end, which is exploration in Cyprus. And then we'll dig into a little bit of the geology. And this is not to educate this group on geoscience, the technical aspects, but when your kids are talking to you, asking about career options, you can say, I heard a geologist speak, and that's a really good career path. So there's one pitch. So let's start with one of the biggest, most important topics, global energy transition. And this is one of the upstream oil and gas business has been around for a long time. It's a key part of the energy system today. That position was developed over decades, and a lot of technology has been developed. We will evolve. It will just take some time to evolve, and every aspect of our lives is touched by oil and gas today. Food we eat is based on fertilized agri-processes. Primary feedstock for that is natural gas. So natural gas, power gen sector, key, many aspects, and that's why it's such an important transition fuel. Upstream portfolios, a company like mine, I am charged to manage the portfolio And it's not one of just replacing oil and gas. We're in an extractive industry, so it's very important to replace, but also look to the future. What does society need? And how do we deliver on our key challenge, which is directed by the customer and society. So it's, first of all, reliable energy. It has to be affordable and it has to be clean. And you'll see as the energy system evolves, originally from biomass to coal, today we use largely oil and gas as a majority share. That will evolve, it just takes time. The one lesson from the past, though, when you dig into that transition is we don't drop these primary sources of primarily biomass to coal to oil and gas. We build one upon the other. So today, when you look at the globe, 8 billion people, there's many people using biomass. There's many countries and economies using coal increasingly in the last couple of years. And then obviously oil and gas. And we tailor those technological solutions. So that presents this dual challenge today of decarbonization. That's mainly technology driven. We're making very good progress in that space. There's a lot to do. No one company, even a big company like ExxonMobil, we can't do that ourselves. It's a partnership across companies and in very close partnership with government. So European Union's made a lot of progress in the last 10 years, been working this for a long time. A lot of renewable projects. There's great development and capacity growth in that space. You're going to see United States, if you've heard of the Inflation Reduction Act, that's supercharging transition pace in the US. And just to give you an example of the magnitude of projects, we're the part of a consortium of companies. We're the lead company in the Houston Hub project. That's a $100 billion project. And just for scale, we deploy tens of billions of dollars per year globally in ExxonMobil, so it's a very large capital investment. And that's going to generate hydrogen, so we'll take a final investment decision, the largest hydrogen plant in the world next year, beyond production in 2027. We'll refire all of our petrochemical footprints. This is refining and petrochemicals in the Gulf Coast with hydrogen instead of methane. And then we'll put the CO2 in the ground. So that's called a pre-combustion decarbonization path. And it's one that we can do with technologies that exist today, and we can do it at massive scale. And the reason to move fast on that, and we've worked very closely with the US government on the Inflation Reduction Act to enable that level of investment and pace. And so that's a place we can leverage around the world from a technology standpoint. And that's, in that case, using methane to generate hydrogen to store the CO2, and then for heat generative processes in a lot of difficult to decarbonize sectors using hydrogen at scale. And that's the path that we'll use to build a hydrogen economy, and also things like ammonia. And so it takes time, but those investments are going into play in a big scale. And there's also large investments in Europe. So that's a little bit on the energy transition at a global scale. Talking about what we know, global population today is about 8 billion people. By 2050, it'll be about 9 billion. By 2100, 10 billion. So population's rising. GDP growth is driving overall energy demand growth. And we have high confidence on that. And if you look at all the UN or IEA or EIA data, it sort of supports that. The question and the big uncertainty is the energy mix that makes up that globally growing energy need, and the contribution of oil and gas. And there's many scenarios out there, from IEA net zero, which is a very rapid transition, to slower transitions. Today, the world economy is speeding up again. We're back up to 102 million barrels a day of oil and gas, oil use on the liquid side. So, the world needs oil and gas, but we also need to change the way that's developed, much lower emissions, much more efficient, and we also need to integrate it with renewable projects and decarbonization options. Moving a little bit to the regional energy solution, and that's really a story of natural gas in the Eastern Mediterranean. So the geology here is super interesting. I visited Cyprus when I was at university in Edinburgh 35 years ago. It's some of the best rocks in the world, just so as you know. And today we're back in Cyprus with ExxonMobil, and we're looking offshore in the subsurface. And you saw the map on the wall earlier. Just looking at those pink areas, which represent the discovered oil and gas fields, you can see just by the amount of pink, Egypt is the largest and most diverse and longest oil and gas industry in the region. Israel, very, very significant with Leviathan and Tamar. That's getting developed. And the pink dots in Cyprus were smaller. They're smaller resources, but they're still extremely important. And what our challenge is, in partnership with government, is to get those resources developed. And I'll just shed some light on what it takes to do that. So we have to, first of all, understand the subsurface. So that means imaging these resources, assessing them, looking at development plans. You saw that big infrastructure footprint that's already in Egypt. It's about how do we build and design and implement that infrastructure in Cyprus to get the gas developed. And there's many technical ways to do that, floating LNG, onshore LNG. And the first step is to really understand the subsurface. So people say, well, ExxonMobil, they're investing in Cyprus. And there's all sorts of news articles on that. That was news in 2017. So if I move you through just our presence in Cyprus and what our objectives are, in 2017, we took our first position in the upstream, and we started to collect data to understand the subsurface. That was the basis for one of those discoveries, Glaucus, on one of our blocks. And then subsequent to that, we started to learn about the geology, and we've moved very, very quickly in the last 2 years. So the map did not show our position in Egypt, which is even larger, just directly to the south of Block 5. And we also have a very large position in Greece. So from a ExxonMobil upstream standpoint, our position in the Eastern Mediterranean is very, very significant now. It's all operated blocks, and we're at what I'd describe as an early stage in our exploration journey. And if I move now to my third and final topic, it's really about exploration in Cyprus. And so just to give this group a little flavor of what it takes to explore for oil and gas, the first thing we need to do is understand the geology, and it's technically very challenging. It's like if you think the Hubble Space Telescope, that's the type of technological complexity it takes to see into the subsurface below deep water. And it's even more difficult in the Eastern Mediterranean because of salt. It makes it very difficult to image. So we use very sophisticated seismic technology, and those very sophisticated boats with the latest cutting-edge technology were out offshore Cyprus last year acquiring data. The boat went to Greece after that, just finished acquiring data, and the boat will be back in Cyprus before the end of the year acquiring data there. So we're in that data acquisition phase, and the evolution in technology in that, if you think about even MRI imaging, if you go to the hospital today, you go into a little tube, you come out, and the doctor's got a beautiful picture, and hopefully they can find what's wrong with you. That's what we're effectively doing right now. We're imaging below the subsurface. The next step that we'll go to is to map that. And that data is just coming in now. So over the next year or so, we'll have a lot of geoscientists and geophysicists looking at that. And then in the 25 timeframe, we'll be planning to drill wells. And that's when we really go out and test the hydrocarbon system, hopefully make a lot more discoveries. And for ExxonMobil, if you look at Leviathan and Tamar on the Israeli side, that's about 30 to 35 TCF of gas. It's a very big accumulation. Zohr, 30, 35 TCF as well. And then the area to the west of West Nile Delta and then north into Block 5, we hope and aspire to discover similar volumes there. But importantly, we won't know until we get a look at that seismic image next year. And then we plan to drill our wells in 2025. And that's us moving at sort of industry-leading pace for such complex geology. And then subsequent to that, then we make decisions on infrastructure build-out. And oftentimes people will say, it's me love oil ministers around the world, and they say, just go do what you're doing in Guyana for us. That's a place where the fastest growing economy in the world, all driven by oil and gas development. They'll be doing 1 million barrels a day by 2027. So once we get the geology figured out, we have the capability at Exxon to move very fast at very large scale. And it's taking that technical aspect back to economic growth. If you look at the economic growth in Qatar today, in Guyana, that's the pace of those world-leading economic growth is driven by that oil and gas development. And if we have success in the geology here, it underpins not growth to take over the majority of the economy. We absolutely want a diverse economy, but having an energy sector that's more than 1.9%, it can underpin all of those other, local electricity supply. We have almost 100% fuel oil use today. It's very carbon intensive. If we immediately switch that to combined cycle natural gas, it gives a 60% emissions reduction overnight. The US achieved a 15% emissions reduction just by a shift from coal to natural gas. We have all the technology to do that. It's very complementary to renewables capacity build out because it gives a stable base load for the grid, and then you build towards a smart grid where you can very efficiently utilize intermittent solar and wind generation as well. So it's not the oil and gas industry versus renewable. These projects going forward will be working hand in hand, and there'll be carbon sequestration and storage dimensions using green electrons, and then using technologies such as LNG. And it's that regional solution. First steps to understand the resource in Cyprus. We're working that full speed, and also in Greece, also in Egypt to the south. Once we know what that resource looks like, it enables us to have informed development decisions with governments, and work together for a regional solution. And that can then transform economies once we get that moving. So I'll stop there. We have big plans. We have a big footprint. We're absolutely invested in Cyprus. It's a cornerstone, and it was the initial country we invested in. And subsequently, we grew in Egypt and Greece. Now we have a very large position. It's important for my company, and our partnerships with government are extremely important. That's what enables us to move fast, stay aligned, and deliver economic growth and prosperity, which is what our company's mission is. So I'll leave it at that, and happy to, as part of our discussion, answer any questions you might be interested in.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ardil. I think it would be useful for the audience if we could have the map back, I think, if there's a way of putting the map back up here. And yes, the Minister did say he would invite questions from anybody who wants to ask a question. I was just going to ask him, just to start off, before I come to you, you said you would say something about Turkey. Perhaps you could say something about Turkey and what you can do about it.
Yes, Turkey for us is... you realize, in the conversations that we had earlier, that it's a very sensitive matter. And certainly the new approach of energy versus to what is happening in the neighborhood is that we want to provide solutions that they are attractive to Turkey, so that the political problem the energy is being used as a means towards a resolution of the political problem. So we are, the new government is not, let's say, blocking the routes towards using the energy as a real, let's say, giving a tool that will provide a fertile ground in order the two parties to sit together and get a resolution to the wider political problem. You understand that a wealth is sitting just outside of Cyprus, which is being developed. Certainly we recognize that that wealth belongs to the two communities, meaning the the Turkish Cypriots and the Greek Cypriots, and that wealth can be developed in such a way via the infrastructure that we spoke just earlier, in order to have a way towards a wider resolution of the Cyprus political problem. Good luck.
Yes, we had a question over here.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Dimitri Alexandridis. I come as a representative of the Hellenic Tech Network, which is one of the supporters of today's event. A question for you, Minister. If you'll allow me to digress from what has been said so far, I will stand to your initial point in your speech about how electricity prices in Cyprus are among the highest, and I assume the aged grid is partly responsible for that. Now, you mentioned that electricity storage is a solution to the effective integration of renewables to Cyprus's energy mix. My question is, so it has two parts. Does the new Cypriot government have a plan in place to upgrade the electricity distribution network itself, rather than introducing storage solutions in order to integrate renewables? And the second part of the question is, what is the government's strategy in order to meet the targets outlined in the Paris Agreement? Thank you.
Okay, the grid is indeed an old grid that supported only the conventional power generation, getting the electrons to the consumers. These days we have a lot of power generation that is coming from renewables. We need a smart grid, and the smart grid means that we need to develop the cables, possibly certain main cables, they have to be replaced, and this is in the plan. We need to develop storage. It can be chemical or other type of storage, like developing hydrogen from renewables. And at the same time, we are working for connecting Cyprus with an electrical interconnector with countries like Israel and Greece. So you understand the grid cannot stay in isolation. The grid needs to be connected to other grids so that the electrons, they flow either towards Cyprus or going somewhere else. So it's, in answering that question, we are developing the grid, we are considering storage, but we are also interconnecting the country with countries in the neighborhood.
Would that include Lebanon, for example, which is close, but it's a rather messy country?
Lebanon is, they have their own issues, you understand. It's not an easy conversation to interconnect the two countries. As currently, we are talking to Israel and to Greece.
Okay. There was a question behind.
Yeah, hi. Thank you for that detailed presentation. Just two really quick questions. The first is, how viable do you think the regional gas pipeline is? And do you have any progress on that? What is the latest update? And the second question is, how open is the Cypriot government to the privatization of airports and ports? Thank you.
Okay, starting from the second leg, I guess it's my question again. Yes. It's not our ministry. I cannot understand what is the question. I mean, whether it has given a benefit to the country, the privatization of ports and airports. That's the question? Because they are privatized. I mean, all ports and the airports, they are privatized.
They are, aren't they?
Yes, they are. So it's a yes to your answer. I mean, all let's say all ports and all airports, they are privatized as we speak. Now on the other question, just remind me what exactly is the viability of the pipelines. That's my understanding. Okay, yes, that is a matter of a feasibility study that we are in the process of doing. We are considering two. Let's say a pipeline that may be coming from west going towards Cyprus. Of course, we are considering one which is from east towards Cyprus. And of course, the development is also being discussed. Certain of the discoveries, they reach the infrastructure of Egypt as well. So as we speak, the most developed discovery is the Aphrodite, which you can see is sitting on the border with the exclusive economic zone of Israel, which is on the low side of the EEZ of Cyprus. That one, we have recently received a development and production plan, which is an updated one, which is suggesting that we get the product towards Egypt in order to reach the markets via the liquefaction plants of Egypt. So we are in conversation in many different with many different solutions, viable pipelines, very rightly said, viable. We need investors, and the viability will bring many investors. At this point in time, we are in conversations between states, neighboring countries, in order to create the frame so that those investments, they can sit inside the frame that it will be agreed between countries.
Just comment to build on that, because we do a lot of oil and gas development around the world, similar situations. Sometimes the geology crosses country boundaries, and it's a great question both on how do you optimize development, how do you integrate with things like electricity, and the first step's really to understand the resource, both what's the size and location of the resource, and there's key information coming in the next few years as to how much gas is there and where does it sit. And once we have that, that really informs the infrastructure, pipelines, pipeline capacity, development options, whether it's floating LNG, whether it's onshore, modular LNG. There's a lot of new evolving technologies. And then whether we move electrons or molecules is a very fundamental question. You start transmitting electrons, there's big losses. You liquefy gas, there's losses there, both on the liquefaction and the regasification. So we have all these technologies, and it's really a trade-off of technical pros and cons with that understanding. And it's a very diverse conversation. It involves a lot of technical understanding, commercial frameworks, and then geopolitical wants and needs. And that solution, where it is done across multiple neighboring countries, it's really a good opportunity for cooperation and mutual benefit. And electricity needs vary. So if you've got an interconnector, it really makes a lot of sense. UK is interconnected with Europe, and it's hugely beneficial for electricity and gas, and both molecules and electrons. So I think there's, in the next 5 years or so, a very important conversation around where's the resource sit? How do we take electrons that are generated today by burning fuel oil, which is very inefficient, carbon intensive, to can we burn combined cycle gas? Can we leverage more renewable capacity into a smart grid? And then can we have an interconnected development that really optimizes that? And that's one way to both build energy independence, energy sharing and dependence, and then potentially more broad geopolitical solutions. So a lot of opportunity space in that area.
Before we go to that question, I just wanted to pursue the airport for 1 minute. Could we ever have a functioning airport at Nicosia?
There was one, but because of the occupation, you understand, it's split in half.
There's nothing you can do.
It's not part of the conversations that we have, unless Mr. Menelau has a view on that.
All right, fine. Yes.
But before we go to the next question, I just wanted to say that on the 29th of May, we tried as a Ministry of Energy we created a planning around what John mentioned about gas to power. You can move molecules, John said. Molecules means moving gas from A to B, or you can convert the molecules into electrons and move the electrons. The way we see it in Cyprus is that we should do both. simply because converting gas to power, then you use the interconnectors, the electricity interconnectors, in order to get the systems in balance, meaning the grid of the electricity grid of Cyprus, you can get it in balance with that of Israel, and you can get it in balance with that of Greece. And then when you connect it to Greece, you understand that you become a grid of an electrical grid which is part of the European grid. And then you have operators that they balance your tariffs, meaning they give you a tariff which relates to the electrons that you produce versus to the electrons that you import, or the other way around. And because Cyprus sits in a very good location for radiation, we heard earlier, and indeed is the case, it is a very attractive location in order to develop photovoltaics. I wouldn't say that we are in the perfect place for wind generation, simply because the dynamic of wind is not as high as it is the radiation from solar. The difficulty with solar, you know, that in the night you don't have the sun. And then you need storage, you need different ways of keeping that electricity in order to throw it in the grid at the time that the consumers, they need it. These are the things that we are doing at the moment to develop a smart grid in order to be able to manage all this. But on the 29th of May, what we did, we created a planning of the government, and we tried to sense check it with the planning of the industry. So if this is the planning of the government and this is the planning of the industry, when we put it on the 29th, one on top of the other, they were not matching by 100%. Of course, that was expected. A certain percentage was matching, so we opened conversations with companies like ExxonMobil and others that they are interested in investing, and indeed that is a conversation that is happening now. But the next one is we are going to take that planning to discuss it with countries in the region. And certainly we started discussing it with Egypt. We discussed it, and the next visit that we will pay is in Israel in order to see how the countries and the planning of Cyprus can match all three and put the puzzle together to have a good picture together with the industry. Because the industry, they are the investors, they are the decision makers. We have to do a win-win, create a win-win situation for the Republic of Cyprus, but also the industry.
Just a quick comment on that. Yeah. It's a great example. You know, the situation in Cyprus, relatively small population, modest electricity needs, but a great opportunity to transform that. And then that solution that we build, our role here is to fulfill commitments that we've made to acquire seismic, drill wells, understand the subsurface. The geology is not changing, we just learn more about it. Bring commercial and technical solutions. And really that's around optionality, and then working with government to find what's the right solution for Cyprus, what's the right solution for Egypt. I was in India very recently, and we do a lot of work there. The Prime Minister Modi's objective, energy independence by 2047, so we know what government wants to do. His challenge is very different. 1.4 billion people import 86% of their energy needs and subject to global commodity prices. So in that area, we're very in-depth looking at geology, solutions. They're very different. There's a huge amount of LNG import there and a lot of coal use, and we're trying to transition coal use to gas, give them reliability and growth at a huge scale. Here, it's a different situation, and so we'll be looking at all the opportunity space as far as the oil and gas, green electrons. How do we build this together and give government those best options that are most reliable, lowest cost of supply, and the lowest emissions intensity per electron or per molecule? So, those are the types of metrics that we look at when we're making these recommendations. And we have the technical depth and capability to do that analysis, to build any of this kit. And it's just that interplay to really get to the right solution.
Okay, and the one last question from the gentleman.
As a citizen of the Republic of Cyprus, it's so promising to see that there's so much natural gas in our country. I didn't see a slide to tell me what the wealth is going to be generated from this exploration and what transparency is there for what percentage of this wealth will go actually to the citizens of the Republic of Cyprus and the Republic of Cyprus itself, as we've seen in places like Dubai and other countries. Are we going to be the next Dubai?
Me again? Do you want to answer that? The next Dubai?
Okay. Possibly in the past we overpromised, to the public. The reality is that the wealth has a value as long as you put it in the markets. As long as it's in the geology of my friend John here, it's not a wealth. In order to become a wealth, you need to bring it up and put it in the market to the end consumer. Until we do that, we shouldn't be talking about what is the wealth sitting in the well, because that's not a wealth. Of course, companies, they may declare it as an asset, but for the Republic of Cyprus and the citizens, because you asked about the citizens, it becomes a valuable asset. It has a value as long as you put it out in the markets. And as far as Cyprus is concerned, what we are after is to reduce the electricity, the cost of electricity, either via molecules flowing towards Cyprus or via electrons, that is, molecules converted into electrons and reaching the markets. And of course, John very rightly pointed out that the Cyprus market is a very niche market. You cannot do all these investments for a small market like this, simply because we are talking about a few billions of investment, and you need to find something else for those investors to reach the other markets, which the other market is the market of Europe, and not only. So that is why we are talking about liquefying gas, either on FLNG or modular LNG, in order to, on the side of pushing certain gas for the local market to reduce electricity, we have the biggest flow towards liquefying the gas and reaching the biggest markets, which is Europe. I don't know if I answered the question.
Well, I did. Yeah, I think you did. But should Cyprus have a sovereign wealth fund, or think about a sovereign wealth fund? Dubai has one, and Norway has one, a sovereign wealth fund.
But we said that we need to reach the markets before we create the fund.
Okay.
I can maybe make a comment and build on that. So, just to share a little bit about the industry I work in, very specifically the exploration business. So, put some context around this. We go to places like Cyprus, Eastern Mediterranean. We study the geology. The cost of the seismic survey is $50 million, $100 million, that type of investment. And that allows you to get basically a picture of the subsurface. To drill the well, round numbers, $100 million. That's the first well just to test the basin. So we're in $150, $200 million. Then you drill an appraisal well. Maybe that first one's not successful. You drill another one. That's another $80, $100 million. So I'm $250 million in at this point, and I didn't even know if I've got a discovery. And we don't really start spending money until we start developing. So, and to put in context what a big development looks like, we have 6 rigs running in Guyana right now. Each one of those costs $1 million a day, the full spread cost. The developments are tens of billions of dollars, and the revenue's obviously huge. But you make these investments up front, and the chance of success on a global exploration well is generally around 20%. So if I asked for some investment money from everyone in the room, I have a 1 in 5 chance that this is going to work out. And I spend a lot of time with my chairman and obviously our investors, but exploring for oil and gas is like venture capital. You make a lot of investments, and they're not small investments, they're big ones. Every time we come into a country, think $250 million by the time we've drilled a well. And if we're developing, tens of billions. And so, we do this all over the world. We've got a very large budget, but it's a very risky business. And we speak to a lot of oil ministers who want ExxonMobil in there. And they want ExxonMobil for one of 2 reasons. One, we have the technical capability to probably get it right more times than most. And we've got a track record of doing that. But in the success case, if we find oil or gas, we can develop it faster than anyone else and get to that economic growth. And the minister is absolutely right. There is no economic value until that resource is sold in a market somewhere. And it's this massive upfront, technically complex process that we manage ahead of that. And, you know, the conversation around sovereign wealth funds is a great one to have if you're Guyana and, you know, you're at 400,000 barrels a day of oil today, going to 1 million barrels a day. You absolutely need a sovereign wealth fund. You need transparency of revenue flow from the upstream business into that sovereign wealth fund, and then distribution for the benefit of Guyanese people. And in most of these countries, that's the path. But it's one that you solve once you've got resource at scale that's on a path to development. And we are working as hard as we possibly can to have that success case outcome, get those gas resources understood and into a development path. And then maybe we'll be back here in a few years, and the topic of sovereign wealth funds is a very good one to have in that success case, but it's probably a little premature at this point.
All right. Well, I think
I have a question. The
Okay.
few years is 2 years.
We are running out of time. You want to say how many years? But we can probably discuss it at another conference. Thank you very much, Minister. Thank you very much, Mr. Rogers. And we are going straight on to another energy panel, an update on the energy landscape connecting Europe, Asia and Africa, which we've already started discussing. So I'd like to invite Tula Onufriou and Stepanos Koutsakos to join me. Do you want to? Yes. Yes. Tula Onufriou from the Cyprus Hydrocarbons Company. Professor.
Good afternoon. A bit more on energy, slightly wider perspective perhaps from this session. It's a pleasure to participate in the Cyprus Investment Summit, and many thanks to the organizers for the invitation. The energy landscape in the East Mediterranean is indeed a dynamic environment, as we've heard from the previous panelists, that is impacted by global events and is ever more proving to be a region that can also reciprocate by having an influence on the future of the EU and the globe's energy ambitions. The energy landscape in the Eastern Mediterranean has been predominantly centered on the natural gas industry, with a long history in Egypt, followed by Israel, and with Cyprus and its recent discoveries on the cusp, we hope, of being also a natural gas producer. The region is recognized as being of growing importance to the EU and the global markets, with large international oil companies and smaller exploration and production players having invested significantly in the region. Overall, the Eastern Mediterranean has abundant energy resources, and finding a way to develop those resources is driving strategic collaboration among countries and players in the region. To give some context on the materiality of regional resources, in 2011, the East Med region generated gas production of about 7.8 BCF per day. When compared to the EU's average daily consumption for 2021 of 38.4 BCF per day, this is around a fifth. According to independent analysis, the region, as of 2021, had total discovered recoverable resources of 124 TCF. Again, when compared to the EU's annual consumption for the same year of 14 TCF, this is 10 times the size, so that gives you a scale of things. Furthermore, the region is still being actively explored, and there is considered to be significant upside exploration potential offshore Egypt, Cyprus, and Israel. The significance of the East Med natural gas resources for the EU can be demonstrated by the Memorandum of Understanding signed between the EU, Israel, and Egypt in June 2022 to support the delivery of regional gas exports to the EU. This was a key EU initiative to support its diversification from Russian-supplied gas following the invasion of Ukraine. The MOU was facilitated by the East Mediterranean Gas Forum, the EMGF, of which Cyprus is a founding member. The MGF, which is in addition to Cyprus includes Egypt, Greece, Israel, Italy, Jordan, and Palestine, came into effect officially in 2020 with the signing of its statute. It has also grown its membership to include France, but also as observers it includes the EU, the USA, and the World Bank. The EMGF member countries recognize that the full potential of the Eastern Mediterranean gas basin can only be unlocked if suppliers, buyers, and transit countries in the region cooperate on developing the infrastructure for gas trade within the region and with external markets, as we also heard from previous speakers. The EMGF continues to develop its agenda, and this includes supporting global energy transition objectives, a product of this being a dedicated EMGF organized decarbonization day that was part of the COP27 program last year in Egypt. The long-term fundamentals of natural gas and LNG are robust, and this speaks to the role of natural gas in the energy transition as the least carbon emitting of the fossil fuels, and its role as an enabler of further penetration of renewable energy sources. Global energy demand is expected to continue increasing significantly over the next 2 decades, primarily driven by the developing Asian economies, and the East Med region is well placed to support that demand. The monetization of the region's natural gas resources, especially the new discoveries, does have its challenges, with newer discoveries being in deeper waters and requiring new infrastructure for the natural gas to reach the markets. There are a number of monetization options on the table for the next stages of development. These include the use of existing liquefaction facilities in Egypt, newly mature technologies such as FLNG, floating liquefied natural gas, the EU-supported East Med pipeline initiatives, and Cyprus is also looking to review again new liquefaction facilities either onshore or nearshore Cyprus. The motivation for Cyprus is twofold: attracting investors to explore LNG exports directly from Cyprus will in itself lead to Cypriot or regional gas being transported by pipeline to Cyprus, and thus provide the country's domestic market, a more affordable price for the gas. In addition, the evident technology maturation on liquefaction technology, such as floating or modular LNG applications, combined with an energy market that since the Russian invasion of Ukraine is showing better price support in the mid and long term, makes this proposition more attractive for investment than it may have been in previous years. Focusing on the energy transition and how this is being applied in the East Mediterranean region, there are lots of regional initiatives that are being progressed. I have mentioned the key role of natural gas in the energy transition, but even for natural gas, the focus is on ensuring that the production of it is as clean as possible by targeting Scope 1 and Scope 2 emissions, and we've heard some examples from the previous speakers. Initiatives for decarbonization are being applied to production facilities in the region, and there are also initiatives for investigating carbon capture and storage solutions. The depleted gas reservoirs in Egypt would be prime candidates, but even in Cyprus, we have initiatives to explore the CCS potential. As we further progress regional CCS initiatives, the aspiration is to develop solutions that will benefit all countries in the region. On renewable energy, there is no doubt that the region's solar potential needs to be accelerated, and the penetration of renewables needs to be further incentivized. This doesn't apply to only solar PV systems themselves, but significantly applies to the electricity networks that need to be upgraded to support the transition from large conventional power generation to more sparse and less flexible renewable power generation, as we've also heard from the Minister. There are great strides being made in developing renewable energy capacity, with the ambition that the region can ultimately be a green energy provider to the EU. This green energy can potentially be provided directly through electricity connectors or in the form of green hydrogen or ammonia. The EU's ambitions for the future role of green hydrogen as a fuel of the future provide incentives for the region to develop its potential for these fuels. Regarding the security and stability of electricity supply, but also with the aspiration of being a future green energy provider, the regional initiatives and projects for electricity connectors between Israel, Cyprus, and Greece, the Eurasia Connector, and between Egypt, Cyprus, and Greece, the Euro-Africa Connector, are key examples of regional cooperation for mutual benefit. The Eurasia Connector project itself has received significant support from EU funding, and it is targeted to be commissioned by 2025. Many thanks again for the opportunity to share these views with you, and I look forward to a fruitful discussion.
Thank you very much. Stefanos Koutsakos from Green Energy.
Hi, everyone. Thank you to the organizers for inviting me in this very high-profile event. I need to have a switch for the slides. So I'm a non-executive director with Green Energy Group. For those that you don't know the group, it's one of the few vertically integrated groups in Cyprus, currently offering production, engineering, and supply of renewable energy. Today, I aim to cover the topic of the momentum of renewables of Cyprus and how it can contribute to the sustainability of the energy markets. It's something that has already been touched on by the minister before and the previous speakers, but hopefully we can get to a bit more depth in this presentation. Now, as with every member state, the EU has set Cyprus key targets for contribution by renewable energy sources, with a key objective being 23% renewable contribution in its national energy consumption by 2030. Sector-specific targets are 26% contribution in electricity consumption, 39% in heating and cooling, and 14% in the transportation sector. However, in March this year, the EU agreed to increase its EU-wide target from 32% to 42.5%. As a result, it is expected that the Cyprus target would also be increased to 30% renewable contribution by 2030. And now these are the targets that we need to achieve. But what about history? How well has Cyprus been doing to date? Actually, for the equivalent 2020 targets, which was at 13%, Cyprus exceeded that target and achieved 16.9%. It has also exceeded its other sector targets, apart from the transportation target, which was at 10% and seems to be the most challenging target to achieve for Cyprus, but also for Europe in general. Now, looking at the historic data, and in terms of energy production, this is the data that was presented by the Cyprus Electricity Authority of Cyprus, which is the regulator for the energy markets. We see that the renewable share in total energy production was approximately 18% as of 2022. We see a steep increase after 2018, which is solely driven by solar, as shown from the graph on the right. After the initial feed-in tariff policies ended in 2016, any new renewable production had to be sold to the open market. Given that it was clear that the final competitive energy market would not be ready for some time, and still is not ready today, the then Minister of Energy wisely proposed a transitional market where renewable projects would initially be able to sell to EAC. EAC is the Electricity Authority of Cyprus, a government-owned entity that controls the conventional energy production at the moment, at the EAC's wholesale price, and thereafter to the open market through bilateral PPA contracts with licensed energy suppliers. This gave future renewable investments a framework to not only continue, but also take off, as we see from the data on these graphs. The other question is, why is solar the only dominating force driving this growth? Well, hydro is not possible because there are no big rivers in Cyprus. Biofuels are limited. In terms of wind, as we know, wind turbine technology is expensive, and to be financially sustainable, it needs consistent and strong wind speeds, which unfortunately Cyprus doesn't have. To the contrary, in terms of solar, there are approximately 3,000 hours of sunshine annually. As a result, at least we at Green Energy Group, we don't believe there will be any other wind projects in Cyprus, at least not onshore. Now, from this history, how do we manage to achieve the new EU target set by the EU? Where the Transmission System Operator of Cyprus, or TSO, released last month its 10-year plan for upgrading the grid and substations, as well as information on future energy production and installed capacity. Looking at the graph on the left, we see the TSO's projections of installed capacity in megawatt to be connected to the grid. In gray, we see the conventional power stations powered by fossil fuels, which have a small increase in 2027 and then remain stable. To the contrary, we see that renewables are expected to double, with an increase of 602 megawatts just for solar over a period of 9 years. Now, what is the key drivers of this projected aggressive growth? Well, firstly, we already mentioned is that the new EU targets are more aggressive, and actually we need to increase our renewable contribution in the energy mix. Secondly, the TSO is projecting a robust growth in energy demand until 2030, which manifests into projected growth in energy production as shown from the graph on the left. And you can see that the graph on the left is a pretty much good correlation to the GDP of the country, which shows that the positive GDP growth outlook is very good. The combination of these two factors are creating this projected increase. Now, we'll attempt to quantify this. And we see here that on the graph on the left, we see at the top that this TSO predicts approximately 1,212 megawatt of renewable installed capacity by 2030. However, we estimate that the renewable installed capacity that is needed to achieve the new EU targets of 30% renewables to be at 1,365 megawatt, a whopping 700 megawatt increase of installed capacity from this year. Now, taking a few assumptions here and assuming that this needs to be covered predominantly by solar, as explained previously, and assuming that approximately 150 megawatt will be attributed to net metering and net billing systems, in the absence of other groundbreaking energy sources like hydrogen, as was mentioned before, this means we will need over 500 megawatt of additional PV parks. That in money, this translates in over $500 million investment just for solar parks, ignoring the infrastructure investments that need to take place. Now, is it possible to achieve this? And the minister touched on this before. We at Green Energy Group see that the investor appetite is there, the capital is there, and obviously the climate conditions are there. But we need to make sure that the current structure and infrastructure problems need to be addressed. Firstly is the grid. As mentioned, we need the improvement of the whole network. This includes changing existing lines, adding new ones, and also changing the existing route network. We need to move forward with the implementation of smart grid technology that will allow for two-way communication between users and production, making data available to monitor consumption needs in real time, routing power where needed, minimizing outages, and minimizing the use of less efficient and more expensive power production. Now, for these two challenges, the grid and the smart grid, we at Green Energy Group feel that a breakup of the DSO and the TSO, who are the owners and operators of the grid, from EAC ownership is vital to make them operate truly independently and move fast. Third are the substations. Obviously, we need to increase the capacity of the regional substations. Currently, almost all substations that are not in residential areas are either close to or at full capacity. This means that new PV parks have very limited available capacity to connect to. We need to start the process of upgrading the process imminently. Fourth is storage, which was already mentioned. Obviously, this is a big problem, but it's also a big investment opportunity. As you know, demand for electricity is at its lowest in spring and autumn due to the reduced use of air conditioning and heating. However, unfortunately, this happens to be a very productive period for PV systems. As a result, supply exceeds demand during this period, and with no storage capability, this energy is lost. This currently results in energy curtailments for PV parks at a time where green energy is meant to be promoted and encouraged. Lastly is the energy demand structure. We need to move demand of energy to match PV supply times, which normally is during the day. Two examples could be, one is the introduce incentives for electric vehicle charging points during the day, and a second one would be the installation of smart air conditioning systems. Now, we want to be fair to the government, and the minister already mentioned some initiatives he's been taking, and I will take the opportunity to list them here as well. One is the TSO, as mentioned previously, announced a 10-year plan for the upgrading of the grid. Second, the government is now giving the opportunity to investors of future PV parks to contribute for the upgrading of relevant local substations. However, this is a timeline of 3 to 4 years, and we believe the government needs to move faster. Third is the establishment of a single service or a one-stop shop to expedite the licensing process of renewable projects. There is an expectation for an announcement of a grant of approximately 80 million for the promotion of large energy storage systems, which we understand has to be undertaken by the private sector. And lastly, a 35 million fund has been established for the installation of smart meters in residential homes. Now, if the above are not implemented on time, especially the grid upgrade and the storage technology that was mentioned before, we at Green Energy Group expect that there will be a cap on new renewables after 2025 because there will not be capacity for them to be installed, which will limit the increase from today's installed capacity at an increase of only 250 megawatt. Even though this is still a sizable increase, we believe that not meeting our EU targets will be an environmental failure on our part as a country. Now, to conclude, renewables and specifically solar is the future of environmental and financial energy sustainability in Cyprus. The private sector is ready to execute on the vision and the climate conditions are there. The government, along with the private sector, need to work together as fast as possible to make sure the infrastructure is there also. And thank you for that.
Thank you very much. We have maybe 5 minutes for a couple of questions. If anybody wants, I have one question I might ask. But let me ask then, Tula Onufriou. The Minister was talking about interconnectors with Greece, Israel and Egypt, and you talked about gas, so I suppose the implication is pipelines. Is that the right way to go?
I think we need to move away from binary type of solutions. It's not a question of doing one or the other. So it's a question of putting together different types of resources and infrastructures, working collaboratively with the industry, with the governments in the region, to be able to develop all the pieces of the puzzle. So yes, we need natural gas from the region to support this important energy transition period that will facilitate the absorption of the renewable energies. And we need to be generating the right infrastructure, like interconnectors that will provide interconnection among the region and Europe. And will also provide the infrastructure for when we get to the point of having a lot of clean energy and the surplus of clean energy to be able to be green energy providers for Europe. So yes, we see the role of the region being a combined role until we reach the 2050 target of net zero target. We need to work on both sides, and each side has its own components that need to be worked on, and we need to find the right combination, and that needs collaboration and discussion. And one of the reasons why our government and the Ministry of Energy has promoted this recent workshop is really to bring all the players together and see how we can best create the win-win situations.
Okay, and let me ask one question then from Stefanos Katsakos, because Tula also mentioned carbon capture and storage a couple of times. Is that a good option for Cyprus, do you think, to go into the carbon capture and storage business?
Yeah, we think so, definitely. As I mentioned before, we already see generally the storage as a huge opportunity, but also it's a huge opportunity because it needs to address a very current problem. I mean, to give you an example from the data we see this year, during the springtime, the average curtailments that PV parks are now suffering are close to 30%. And obviously, any energy lost is not good, especially green energy lost is double not good. So definitely, we think it's a very good solution, and the carbon emission as well. It will also add to the revenue of that.
Great. Well, I think we might move on to the next panel. So thank you very much to both of you.
If I may say something too.
Please.
Yes.
The Minister wants to he wants to take a picture too.
For those funds that they are inter.
Yes. Yes, it is. I think it's working.
It's working now?
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, for those they are interested, we are in the process of creating a list of potential investments in Cyprus that they mostly link to large projects, and mostly is energy investments, and they very much relate to what we discussed earlier. So if there is any interest, just drop us a line in order when this list and the potential assessments that we do in terms of investment, we can provide the list to interested parties. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you. And our last panel, really concluding our whole conference, is why invest in Cyprus? So I'd like to ask Peter Drusiotis from UK CEC, George Tsiotsis from EY, Marina Antonio from BNP Paribas, and Christoforos Papachristoforou to join me.
Thank you very much.
You're going to go first. Yeah. And we're going to begin with Peter Drusiotis from UK Cyprus Enterprise Council. A new chapter ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Excellencies, I guess I've been given the task of addressing the white elephant in the room, the need for market integrity, governance, and trust. To be honest, I volunteered because this is a subject close to my heart. So, as we have heard, Cyprus has many of the attributes required to build a diverse economy and to become a hub of commerce and enterprise. Good communications, a strategic location, an international outlook, multilingual capabilities, an appealing fiscal regime, a liberal society, and a bundle of lifestyle attractions. Above all, the island has a highly educated and talented population, imbued with inbuilt entrepreneurialism and a resilient streak. Our world is traveling through a period of inexorable technological and data-driven change. This change will shape the future of business and will drive investment in all sectors of the economy. In this environment of accelerating and transformative change, countries, however big or small, with the talent and the imagination to challenge the norm, are designed to succeed. But they will not do so without vital investment. Cyprus needs investment in enterprises that can produce long-term sustainable economic activity and wealth. I have worked in corporate finance in the United Kingdom and internationally for a long time and have run my own firm for the last 23 years. A regular dialogue with sophisticated institutional investors is central to what we do. By and large, such investors are looking for the following things: opportunities which can return significant multiples of the money that they invest over a pragmatic timescale, quality teams that they can back, enterprises that can deliver scale, businesses that can be enhanced through technology. But investors are also looking for something else, which is equally critical to the evaluation of any investment opportunities: market integrity. You can have all of the entrepreneurial talent in the world, but that will not be enough to attract serious investors if they cannot trust the jurisdiction in which the investment is to be made. Cyprus, which has recently elected a new president on a platform of reform, must now embrace the radical change that is needed to address reputational issues and to position Cyprus as a first-class destination for inward investment. Recent developments in relation to the US and British sanctions on Cypriot individuals and businesses are a timely wake-up call for the political leadership of the island, but also for its professional classes. The newly elected president has made it abundantly clear that his government's priority is to fight corruption. I also believe that the new government understands that it will take more than mere pronouncements to restore the island's credibility where it matters, in the well-informed investment communities in key centers of finance around the world. So I welcome today's event and see it as a prelude to positive action to embed in the island's political and business culture a system of rules and governance in line with EU anti-corruption legislation, which must be instituted not merely on paper, but in practice. Legislation enacted last year to establish and operate truly independent overseers with real teeth who can implement a strong anti-corruption regime and can enforce the severest penalties, provides a strong legal framework for the fight against corruption. It is, of course, vital that implementation is carried out without fear or favor, and that such overseeing authority is fully transparent and accountable to the public. So successful businesses are those which can last the test of time by delivering products and services that our world wants, often through a digital paradigm that operates across geographic boundaries. These are enterprises which have the capacity to create meaningful jobs and to act as incubators of knowledge and human development. And this must be Cyprus's strategic focus and priority. Yes, Cyprus can be an instigator and a beneficiary of such innovative initiatives, provided that market integrity, governance, and trust are placed at the heart of its inward investment strategy and philosophy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And our next speaker is George Tsiotsis, if that's the right pronunciation, on technology and innovation, also from EY.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, that's the right pronunciation. My name is George Tsiotsis. I'm in charge of the consulting practice of EY in Cyprus. I'm sorry, I need the... And I'm going to bring you back to the subject of the technology sector, which I truly believe is already a success story in Cyprus. So instead of basically talking about how we can do that, I think we need to talk about why we have this success story, and then maybe discuss some of the changes that we need to make. Before that, before the black screen starts being populated, I think we missed something that is important probably to all of the Cypriots in the room, and it doesn't have anything to do with KPIs or charts or numbers. It's about the fact that this island is extremely resilient. If you look at the history, and it overshadows everything that we've been talking about today. If you look at the history, we went through an invasion and a war, a real estate crisis, a banking crisis, a new war and sanctions, and we recover. We recover within a year, sometimes within the same year, sometimes within 2 years, or sometimes we keep having growth. Why am I saying this? I'm saying this because one of the key elements that I want to discuss later on about the technology sector is something that has been challenged a lot today, which is the skills and the capability of the people on the island. And I think the reason we are very resilient, and the reason Alex from CVC before in his second sentence said we have very high quality capability and people in Cyprus is because we do, and it's a game changer. So we have a success story. Let's talk about why. Mr. Patsalidis and I think Evgenios talked about the Cyprus Vision 2035, which is a coordinated effort and a plan to make Cyprus a place to live in, work, and do business. And it's working. The technology companies didn't move to Cyprus accidentally. At the same time, we invested in infrastructure. Cyprus has the fastest 5G network in Europe for second year in a row. I don't think anybody knows that. We have 100% population coverage of 5G, the only country in the world. Okay, we're small, but it's an achievement. We talked about market access, the EU market access, and talent. And if you don't mind, I'll leave this for the last one, because I think it's a very key point. We have the tax regime, not the general tax regime, but also the intellectual property tax regime that is very attractive. And after a few years of effort, 2 to 3 years, we have had the fastest performance rate in the EU when it comes to being an innovator country, and we rank above the EU average, and actually the performance is keep progressing and becoming better and better. And something that we said a lot, many times today, we have a good lifestyle, good weather, but also a good business support network. And what does this mean? In addition to the professional services, in addition to quality education and quality healthcare services, we have started being able to cooperate between the public and private sectors. One of the key reasons that we have this success in the technology sector in Cyprus is that the private sector came together. About 100 companies came together, created an association called the Tech Island that is working with the government in a structured and planned way to attract more investments and make sure that any company that moves to Cyprus and bases its headquarters there in the technology domain is supported. Last but not the least, and then we'll go back to talent. The government side. It needs a bit more work, but again, the previous government and definitely the current government is investing a lot. I think Chris said before that they have established a digital factory to create fast digital delivery for citizen services, a bunch of incentives, the digital nomad startup visa, the tax incentives for individual, about 55K, basically half tax for 17 years, if I remember. Spouse access to employment, a lot of benefits that makes easy for individuals to move to Cyprus. A lot of funding from RRP, a bunch of it on digital transition and green transition, and also something that I think is very important, we started seeing the cooperation of the public and private domains in what we call digital government, digital public infrastructure, or digital public goods. For example, I do think we are the only country that has a national digital signature and EID system, just one for everybody, all the individuals and all the companies. Usually you have a fragmented system there that needs a lot of interoperability and connectivity. And at the same time, there's multiple parallel initiatives to get the private and public sector to cooperate. Going back to talent, my last point, Cyprus has excellent quality talent. We may not have the continuous supply of quantity, but we have excellent quality talent. I think Panicos Nicolaou mentioned it before in one of the questions addressed to him about how the Bank of Cyprus got to where it is now with the great performance and great numbers. Actually, the Bank of Cyprus, which I worked with for a while, was doing NPL management of huge amounts of NPLs while doing transformation and digital transformation at the same time. And it achieved both. And that shows the resilience in the capability of the people on the island. When we talk about talent, there's questions about lack of talent, lack of individuals to hire. I don't really believe that that's a big issue, not because we don't have to do something about it, because there are sources of employees that we can attract. First of all, there is a bunch of Cypriots abroad working for technology companies. They had not returned to Cyprus because they couldn't get the employment that they desired, the exciting employment with the good pay. That's changing, especially with the new companies coming here. At the same time, I was talking to one of the investors, one of the companies that moved to Limassol during the break, and he said that they basically set up a camp, and within a year and a half, if I remember well, they have 250 individuals. They're planning to have 400 individuals. They hire specialized people, but they also hire highly literate and quality juniors that they train. And they have a program. And that actually makes more sense for them. So depending on the type of company you are, you can do that. So cut the long story short, I think the success story of the technology sector in Cyprus and the companies moving there to base camp is a result of the resilience of the island, the cooperation of the public and private sector, and I think we're going to see much more from this coming through. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now Marina.
ExxonMobil is working to deliver reliable and affordable energy and products, while helping to advance climate solutions that improve quality of life and meet society's evolving needs. We're focused on growing shareholder value safely and in support of a lower emissions future. Creating value through our technology, scale, integration, functional excellence, and people. New energy resource discoveries and innovative solutions built on fundamental science and scalable technologies, and a plan to play a leading role in the energy transition. ExxonMobil has the competitive advantages to play a leading role in a lower emissions future. That is why at ExxonMobil, we're creating solutions that improve quality of life and meet society's evolving needs.
Whoever said don't question things? What if we questioned everything? What if you were able to move at the speed of trust? And what if we could reframe the future together? If your bold vision could be transformed into a sustainable reality? Or if you could envision solutions before problems arise? What if the experience of change unlocked the extraordinary? Or if you could measure the things that matter most? What if today's leaders could realize tomorrow's opportunities? And if the path ahead is uncertain, do you stand still or leap forward? What if your ambition could take you places others only dream of? Realize your transformation with connected strategy, transactions, and technology. Reframe your future with EY Cyprus.
What is return on investment? It's the benefit to the investor resulting from an investment. It's how much you get for how much you give. So, how much do you get when you invest in Cyprus? You get a high-potential, dynamically growing economy. You get a modern and attractive tax and legal system. You get high-quality professional services, highly qualified and multilingual personnel. You get location, location, location. But you also get a lot more. A kind of return on your investment that's harder to find in other destinations you might be considering. You get a safe place to relocate yourself, your employees, your business. The crime rate in Cyprus is one of the lowest in the world. A sunny place. Cyprus's Mediterranean climate means you can enjoy almost 300 days of sunshine per year. A diverse place. You can enjoy the beauty of the beach and the serenity of the mountains with just a 30-minute drive. A cultured place. You can enjoy 12,000 years of history through museums, archaeological sites, and religious sites. You can enjoy classical and modern art performances, sports of all sorts, an active lifestyle, and so much more. There is never a dull moment, unless, of course, you simply want to tone it down and relax, which you can also do in a variety of resorts, nature excursions, or small picturesque villages. You get a country that's great for kids and families. There are more than 90 high-level international schools, a plethora of parks, playgrounds, and year-round family events. Perhaps you thought you couldn't have the best of both worlds. In Cyprus, you can. A country that's exceptional for business and ideal for living. A country where your real return on investment lies not only in numbers, but also in the quality of life that you, your family, and business associates will enjoy. Your investment will yield long-term business returns and unique personal rewards. It's time to redefine your return on investment. It's time to invest in Cyprus.
ExxonMobil is working to deliver reliable and affordable energy and products, while helping to advance climate solutions that improve quality of life and meet society's evolving needs. We're focused on growing shareholder value safely and in support of a lower emissions future. Creating value through our technology, scale, integration, functional excellence, and people. New energy resource discoveries and innovative solutions built on fundamental science and scalable technologies, and a plan to play a leading role in the energy transition.
Christoforou on
Standing pronunciation.
real estate.
Really impressed. Really impressed. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, Mr. Minister, first of all, thank you for inviting me here, the organizers, as well as the sponsors who made this event happen. I know I'm standing here between a long day and your lunch, so I'll try and be as concise as I can and as light as possible. So bad news, if you thought I was going to talk about real estate, I'm not going to do that much about it. I think there are much more qualified people to do so. But good news, I think a lot of our fellow speakers spoke about investing in Cyprus and the experience and why to invest. And since we have been investing in the country for the last 8 years, I think I'm probably a witness of whether it's the right thing or a bad thing to do. Now, a few words about Invel. Invel is a real estate private equity firm. We invest mainly in Southern Europe. We are opportunistic in nature, asset agnostic, so we would invest in anything from residential, hotels, offices, data centers, you name it. However, in all of those cases, what we do try to do is to create a team around those assets and try to create alpha, so create value for our properties and therefore be able to enhance that value and at some point sell those assets. So in Cyprus, I've done four investments. We started in December 2015 when we bought from Bank of Cyprus both the debt and the equity of Aphrodite Hills, which since then we spent significant capex, brought in a new manager, transformed it, and made it actually a very profitable and sustainable business. Following that, we actually bought another portfolio from Bank of Cyprus. Panicos is not here, but he was a great counterparty to deal with, and that was a portfolio of income-producing assets that was essentially repossessed assets in the form of a debt-for-asset swap. Most of them were undercapitalized, so we had to do a lot of work. Our team did a lot of work on the ground to transform them, lease them up, and I think now we're fully occupied. Then we went on to 2019, we acquired from Marfin Investment Group the Hilton in Cyprus. Everyone who knows the history of that hotel, whoever now goes to the capital will see a huge construction site. And I had a comment before about real estate and the destruction in environment. This particular project actually is going to be a gold certificate, very green, no cars, there's 900 underground parking, so really a beautiful project that will transform the capital. And then, last but not least, in the middle of COVID, we acquired the Park Lane Resort. That we have since then spent quite a lot of time and money to transform it into a lifestyle destination. I created some high-end F&B and some other retail outlets, which makes it a very welcoming project, not only for the tourists, but also for the local community, which is something that people do forget, that it's quite important to embrace the local community wherever you're investing. So that's our experience. The common ground for all these investments is that they were all sizable. In all cases, there was a willing seller. In all cases, we thought, hopefully we'll be proven right, that we can do a better job than the previous owner. And essentially, we're quite happy with what we've done in the country. Now, our experience thus far in Cyprus. Let me start, first of all, starting by saying that Cyprus has changed dramatically over the years. I do remember when I left I came, then left again in 97, and at the time I had mentioned to my partner, which is my wife today, that I'm leaving, I'm never coming back. And I know that she really got spooked about it. But here we are, 25 years later, we're in Cyprus. We actually relocated as a family in 2018, and more often than less, we actually enjoy our time. So therefore, it's clear, I confirm what some of the fellow speakers did say. It's a great place to raise children, to have a decent balance of life. Not for me, because I do travel a lot, and that's probably one of the downsides here. But overall, it's a great place to be and do well. Now, with respect to the country, I did have a lot of reservations when we started investing, but I have been happily surprised. First of all, we found very solid service providers. Some of them are actually sitting here. One gentleman is just in front of me. I think we received unparalleled support and great quality, and I guess it's expected because Cyprus is well known for its services and financial services in particular. Similarly, we had a quite positive interaction with the major financial institutions, mainly with Bank of Cyprus, but also with Eurobank. In all cases, they conducted themselves with integrity and trust. I think it was mentioned before by the gentleman who was opening the panel. It's quite important to feel that your counterparty are actually honest and they will conduct in the right way. Sometimes a little bit slower than what we would like to be, but you can't have everything, right? So that's clearly another plus. But then, and I go to a point which was brought up so many times today, and I'm glad I had it down as a point to highlight the people. You talked about the people in the country and the talent. And what I can tell you on that is that leaving aside education, professionalism, I think Cypriots have something quite unique, which we call in Greek philotimo. If you went to Wikipedia, philotimo is actually the love of honor. People do love what they do, and they're very proud. They have this feeling of righteousness, which goes beyond financial reward. Sometimes I tell, but I'll pay you more. And tell me, I don't care about money. I care about doing my job and doing it properly and feeling proud about what I do. And actually, this is quite unique. And we started with 2 people. We now have 20 in our headquarters, and then we have another 1,000 employees in the various hotels that we own. So I cannot but compliment the quality of people there. And for those who want to come to the country, I think you'll be very happy with the level of people that you will find there, especially if you're able to also recruit talent that has worked abroad and has relocated back. That's a distinction there because those guys have actually realized what it means to have healthy competition, what it means to daily have to improve to keep your job. I think that's quite important. Sometimes if we are in a small country, we can become a bit complacent. But for those Cypriots that work abroad and are relocating, actually, that's a bullseye, the best thing you can do. So lots of positive things. What are the challenges? There are challenges. Hopefully they can be overcome. And I did see today from Christos Patsalidis some data which I felt quite intrigued by. First of all, with respect to real estate, so far I always felt that the market was one-dimensional. Residential, whether it was a tower or houses, 90% probably of the market was resi. I think that's changing, and I hope it does. I think that as we embrace more industries and the economy diversifies away from construction and hospitality, things like hospitals or education, universities, staff accommodation, student accommodation, data centers. We talked about technology and ESG investing. I think those are quite important. So I think it's important for the industry to diversify beyond residential. The other thing which is quite important is the market is small, it's shallow, it's illiquid. We need to think, it's not easy, it's a small country, but if we want to make this a financial hub, we have to be quite open-minded about how to do that. Potentially we could introduce real estate investment trusts, which are tax-efficient vehicles that can provide the ability for foreign investors to tap into the local market, invest, and then being able to come in and out in a more easy and liquid way. And then the last is that actually there's not a real institutional market in real estate. If you ask people about the yields and investing at the back of a yield, most of the people will say, what is that? We actually, they're used to value per square meter. They used to actually buy and own the property. You don't have the typical investment market that you see in most of Europe where you buy a property, or you develop a property, you lease it up, and then you sell it to an institutional investor that is looking for predictable income, inflation adjusted, that will secure future earnings. So that's, again, something that I'm hopeful with years it will change. Few ideas, again, picking up from things that were said before. I do believe a lot in green investing. In Greece, we actually, in one of our subsidiaries, which is the largest REIT in Greece, we raised a bond a year and change ago, 300 million euro green bond. And its mandate is to invest essentially in green buildings. We're actually the largest owner of green properties in Greece. And through that capital, actually, we are developing the landmark office tower, which will be, as I said before, a gold certificate. And then, as I said before, again, support people who would want to invest in real estate, supporting areas of growth, like education and healthcare. And be able to also tap to the various RRF programs that exist. Conclusion, despite those small reservations I just mentioned, I mean, the market has always surprised me. It has always done better than I thought it would. So clearly there's an X factor for Cypriot real estate. Maybe it's its size, maybe it's the lack, maybe it's the quality of people that I mentioned before. But undoubtedly it's a market quite interesting for people to look into. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Well, I'm sure people are keen to have lunch, but we could take a couple of questions. Let's start there then.
Hello. Hello. Yes, Peter, a lot of the speakers were talking about youth unemployment. They were talking about lack of certain skills that may be in Cyprus. And you represent an organization here in the UK. Our Greek Cypriot diaspora has a lot of skills, and that's what we're trying to develop, I believe, here in the UK. How can that link up with Cyprus and be a very effective tool for our country?
Thank you, Pierre. I mean, that's such a pertinent question. And, the UK Cyprus Enterprise Council was set up in the aftermath of the financial crisis in 2013. And the idea behind it was to leverage the UK Cypriot talent. And we have tremendous talent, here in the United Kingdom. And we've managed to basically assemble a great number of these very successful people, whether they are entrepreneurs, professionals in finance, whether they are technologists and so on. And we've managed to gather them together, and we've created an amazing network. And I had a meeting earlier with Chris Patsalidis and described to him what the UK Cyprus Enterprise Council is. President Christodoulidis knows about us, and I think the idea would be to try and develop a regular dialogue between the Council and the new government. The President has demonstrated that he's very keen to develop these connections, and we're very receptive to that idea. I have a meeting immediately after this with the Minister as well, George here, and we are very keen to develop specific practical ideas as to how we can work together and how we can leverage the talent that exists here in the United Kingdom for the benefit of the island.
Okay. I might just ask Marina one question. I know you're off the record, so...
ExxonMobil is working to deliver reliable and affordable energy and products, while helping to advance climate solutions that improve quality of life and meet society's evolving needs. We're focused on growing shareholder value safely and in support of a lower emissions future. creating value through our technology, scale, integration, functional excellence, and people. New energy resource discoveries and innovative solutions built on fundamental science and scalable technologies.
I think I already made a comment on that contrary to other people in the industry, we are very cognizant and careful about green investing. And hence, I think once people see the final product in Nicosia, will understand the difference, which will be incredibly more elegant and energy efficient than what it used to be. Plus, we're not actually a developer. We're a real estate private equity group, so we don't really, we don't have business to go and get planning permits and build skyscrapers. In fact, in a couple of prior panels that I was even accused of commenting negatively around that. So, on the other hand, you also have to acknowledge the dynamics in a country. And I think another gentleman mentioned earlier on about not being able to find rental accommodation. And if you want to make the country a hub and attract the thousands of companies and people, I think I heard a number of 25,000 people relocating to the country, you have to be able to provide for that. So there has to be a fine balance between doing the providing that kind of supply of property, at the same time doing it in the most energy and an environment friendly way.
Yes, please.
Thank you so much again. I would rather say you've already convinced me, and I'll definitely touch a word on Cyprus to my major client. However, I would like you to talk us through the demographics, dynamics in Cyprus. We know Europe has like a shrinking natality, and then all the projections in terms of demography in Europe, it's quite alarming. And I'd like you to talk us through the consumers market, and also with all the geopolitical issues going on, and we see more and more less Russians or some other countries coming to Russia. Tell us about the consumers market, the size of the market from the locals, that's the Cyprus, the Cypriot, and the other demographics coming to contribute to the market in Cyprus. Thank you.
George, would you like to say something about that? I mean,
I can help a bit.
I can help a bit, but go ahead.
I'll try from the consumer market. I mean, two dimensions there. As you saw before, the population is about 1 million, and then we get a lot more in tourism. But I'll answer from the digital transactions point of view, because that's my specialty, and I know that from digital transaction point of view, about 65% is local consumption in the consumer market, compared to usage from visiting individuals. Also, there is continuous growth in people buying from local providers rather than global providers, because the whole market is actually evolving and becoming more accessible either through digital services or other means. So that's much as I can say. I'm not an expert in the consumer market, and I don't have any more data, to be honest.
Yeah. If I can add, I mean, there's no doubt that the prosperity of the island will also come from foreigners, whether that's tourists or people relocating. And again, there was discussion before. I think the country has coped exceptionally well with the sanctions that were imposed on Russians, given that it was a country that was significantly had a significant Russian presence. But you see that we have diversified away from that. I can speak from our own hotels that are doing exceptionally well with a fraction of the Russian visitors that we used to have. But also you have other markets like the Middle East, people from Israel. You know, we talk about technology hub, a lot of actually inbound interest. You have the oil and gas in once that picks up. You'll also have all those families of people working there coming over. So don't take me wrong. I mean, you won't succeed just by the Cypriots. So you need the foreigners to be there. And that's, I think, what the whole effort is here, is to attract more people coming into the island. That's also why, if the Cypriot problem were ever to be resolved, I think that would be a different perspective altogether.
One last question from anybody. Otherwise, I think we can probably break for lunch. Well, I'd like to thank all of our panelists again for being very interesting. And they want to take a photograph, I think. And I would like, while
ExxonMobil is working to deliver reliable and affordable energy and products, while helping to advance climate solutions that improve quality of life and meet society's evolving needs. We're focused on growing shareholder value safely and in support of a lower emissions future.